to get this meeting started. Here at 9 a.m. and this is a Arkansas Soybean Promotion Board meeting. And first off, just thank you for everyone for being here. And we'll just do a quick round of introductions here in the room and then also online. I'll start with myself. I'm Brad Doral, head on the board as chairman from Poinsett County, and just go around the room here.
Matt Smith, Mississippi County. Matt Robertson, Cross County. Phoenix Sazaki, Department of Agriculture.
Caleb Allen, Department of Agriculture.
Robert Petter, Prairie County, United Soybean Board. Josh Kirton, LaBrown Jonesboro.
West Higginbotham, Lee County.
Amy Lyman, Department of Agriculture.
Shea Berry, University of Arkansas Division of Agriculture.
Jeremy Ross, Soybean agronomist, University of Arkansas Division of Ag.
Michael Chaney, staff chair at Poinsett County.
Jacqueline Levette, Communications Group, Marketing Aficionado.
And those the communications group.
West Ford, Department of Agriculture.
Alex Johnston, Department of Agriculture.
Dave Slate, University of Arkansas Division of Agriculture.
And online, who all is online?
BJ Rogers, Prairie County.
Matthew Ford.
Matt Ford, Chief Legal Counsel, Department of Agriculture.
At will, anyone on?
Mike Stage, Department of Agriculture.
Next. Anyone?
Sammy Fernandez, University of Arkansas.
Corey's on. Anyone else want to introduce themselves? We would ask you if you do speak from online, just a quick let us know who you are so we can have that for the record. Anyone else? All right, we'll go ahead and get started. I think we're going to start with the administrative and financial reports. Who will be given those? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members. On the financial report for the period ending February 28, 2020, February 28, 2026. As you can see on the slide that I have pulled up, we started with a reserve fund balance of $9.8 million. Collections between July 1, 2025 and February 28, 2026 total up to $5.7 million, with $2.7 million going to USB, United Soybean Board, and $60,000 to other qualified state soybean board. With a treasury fee of $169,000, the board netted $2.7 million. Our total expenditures for this reported period total up to $549,691, leaving an ending balance of $11,953,445, with some outstanding commitment that we have when factored in. This will leave the board today with $10,118,195 unobligated available to use to fund future promotion and research projects. The next slide is just the projection that we ran on the annual collections. As you can see, I changed the numbers to reflect the latest USDA mass numbers. So on the planted acres, previously the board decided to have about 3 million. So I changed the number to show 2.59. On the harvested, again, we had 3 million previously. Changed the numbers to show 2,770,000 with the yield measured in bushels per acre at 55. And the rest, this just kind of showed just the breakdown of the other, how we distributed the assessment to the other qualified state soybean boards. This next slide here shows the pricing, just to give you a history. So for January, I looked January 2024, January 2025, and January 2026. The source came from the USDA mass forecast data. As you can see, January 2024, the price received measured in dollar per bushel was right around $12.90. 25, $10.10, and January 2026, $10.06. This next slide here is just, again, just a historical, showing our collections over the years. So based on the estimates for the production year 2025, as you can see, our total collection compared to the mass gross collection, total actual gross collection compared to the mass gross collection, we're at 76% collected as of the end of February. With a few months ago before the end of the fiscal year. And this is just a graph reflecting what I just talked about, just showing where we stand so far. Also included in your packet, Amy, was a copy of the 2025 State Agriculture overview, just reflecting those numbers that I mentioned in the financial report, as far as the planted acres, harvested acres, the yield, and the price per unit. So that concludes my financial report.
Thank you. And just like the USB, funds are down, so elections are down. But anyway, I skipped over a few things. First of all, was this secretary or deputy secretary, would y'all like to say anything since we're in your office today? Good, thank you. Thank you for having us. We need to approve the minutes from last meeting from November 6th. And they should be in front of you.
I've got one question. The excess funds, they just sit in a non-interest bearing account, or? That is correct. And is that by law they have to sit there, or, I mean, is there some? Yes, so because the assessment is treated as a special revenue, by law, that assessment is to be deposited into what's called special revenue, which is a non-bearing, a non-interest bearing account. Okay. Yes.
And there's no option to put it in an interest bearing.
There is. There's always an option to change them to an interest bearing account. One option is to maybe convert it into a cash fund, and cash funds do earn interest. And it's something that we can look at. Okay, you know, and it would involve several steps, you know, on our end, to move it from a special revenue to change it from a special revenue type account to a cash fund. But we can certainly look into, the cash fund option. I mean, quite a bit of money. That's, yeah, we work with.
Sorry about that. So yeah, we're gonna review and approve the minutes from November 6th. And they should be in your packet in front of you. I think this was emailed as well. Any corrections or reviews? Motion to approve. All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Have a second. Any following discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. So we also need to approve the board reimbursements for 2026. Do you have that in? This is just a formal procedure we need to do. And do we have an explanation at all, Amy, on what would include?
Not a written, but it includes your mileage, your hotel room, lunches.
And for the board members and staff. Do I hear a motion to approve? I'll make motion. I have a motion. Do I hear a second? A second. Any discussion on approving board reimbursement for 2026? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right. So before we get into, are we done with our, oh, sure, sorry. We do need to vote on the financial report as presented by Mitza. Do I hear a motion to accept? So moved. Second? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, before we get started, we got a little, motion I'd like to present to the board here to clear up some confusion we've had in the past. And I will read this. I've gotten, support of this from Department of Ag and also the governor's office, but this is my motion. The Arkansas Soybean Promotion Board does not support collaboration or funding of any soybean research or breeding projects with a foreign soybean producing competitor such as Brazil, Argentina, or China. I'm making that motion, so I just need a second. I'll second. Second, any discussion on this? All those in favor say aye.
I guess this would cover certain, sharing germplasm on things like
That is
that.
exactly what this is addressing. This vote, or this board was, brought an opinion, we gave our opinion, and it was brought to my attention since we didn't formally vote on it, that they chose to go around that and go against our rules, so we're putting this on the record that we do not support that type of research or support.
Yeah, I mean, way it was presented to me last summer, or this past summer. Yes, or
At Newport, yeah.
I was 100% against it. Since then, I've talked to Dr. Slayton and the head breeder, and, you know, it's shown it somewhat in a different light, for sure, but at the end of the day, my opinion is they are our biggest competitor, and I still say it's hard for me to go back and explain that the area farmers were the benefits community.
And Arkansas has the most southern genetics and would give them the biggest boost and help to compete against it. So
I guess this is a unique situation where we can kind of look back and say, well, this has already been done. So I guess my question would be, have we gleaned anything useful from sharing Stern Five?
Well,
It's probably too early to tell.
Misinformation, what was presented to us, I went back and listened to a recording last week, and the way that it was handled, totally different.
Okay.
We were supposed to get a follow-up, a 90-day follow-up, we didn't receive any of that, we just received a phone call that we're gonna do this, whether you like it or not. It was even told to us that our opinion didn't matter at a later meeting, so we're just filling this up, and I talked to Dr. Fields about this, and he said he would remedy it, so this was presented to us in a very, in a wrong way, in my opinion. So we're just trying to clarify our position as a board. I think the governor's office is strongly in agreement with what we're doing here, so. Right, we need to put this on the record.
Brad, you know what other states have they implemented the same kind of?
Yeah, I mean, I was even the rice board here in the state is a policy against it, so.
But other soybean states, do you know if they've, created some type of?
This is one of a kind, unique situation that we were put in, but let me go ahead and get the board vote on this, and then we can address that. Any other discussion on this, board members?
Well, I just say, I did talk to the university as well, and, the conversation I had was a good conversation.
Yeah.
And, a lot of my heartburn went away after the discussion, but, yeah. Yeah, it was more.
I think this, as chairman, I think this needs to be done, and then we can address going forward on how to handle that. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, up next, we will have, and I don't think we've included this in the past, but Wes, you may remember, did we ever have USB updates at this board? Okay, so I asked Robert Petter, who is one of the United Soybean Board members, to give us thoughts on that.
All right, so, I'm fine just sitting here. Sorry to have my back turned to most people here. So I'm Robert Petter. I'm a soybean, rice farmer in East Arkansas Prairie in Arkansas County, along with my brother. Many of you may know my brother David, works with, USA Rice quite a bit, and, just telling Josh here that I think he's the only one that's read the EPA book that's about JB. So anyway, we try to do our part. So, quite a few years ago, I wanted to get involved in the U.S. soy and try to do something different and get out of my younger brother's way. He didn't want to follow older brother and be known as Robert's brother, and I just was looking for something different. Then we all hid behind a computer screen for a couple of years, and now's the time. And so I had started putting out feelers a couple of years earlier than that, and so I got moved over and was chosen, and very appreciative of that, and have loved every moment that I've had to deal with USB. Brad and I have talked several times about coming to this meeting, but between his scheduled meeting and USB scheduled meetings, we just could not connect. So hopefully we can say something here. I have a couple of slides that talk a little bit about the structure of USB, but many of you have been involved with US soy a lot longer than I have. You know that system. You know it's pretty much mirrors what we do, or what you do here, what we do there. Budgets are down, and when budgets are down, and just not much you can do. Our goal, our mission is to create the best return on investment for the farmer's checkoff dollar, and do that to the best of our ability, and to try to maintain sustainability practices and world markets, and heading off anything that we may see 5 to 10 years down the road that may be affecting the soybean farmer in the future. So there's two different sides, the supply, the demand. You have to have the ability to grow a bigger, better bean and more of them, but then you have to have a way to move that pile when you do grow. So, we have some checks and balances to make sure that we're not overproducing with no way to market, and vice versa. So it works that way. Do we have another slide, please? I'm not really sure what'll come up next here. Oh, this is just the budget. 75 million is in the action program. That's actually what you're going to do here today. Your proposals, those kind of things. Program was operations, and then the program implementation make up another 20, 35, 40%, and then just your basic administrative costs and those kind of things. If you look down there is an audit and evaluation committee, and that goes kind of back to what I was saying. There's making sure that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, and making sure that we are balanced very well, that we don't skip a section or have a production. We don't want to stop creating soybeans because other countries are not going to stop producing. If we hold back on our research, they're just going to keep moving forward and we're going to be behind. So we try really hard to have a good balance. There's also a committee called the VAC, the Value Alignment Committee. So the audit evaluation makes sure the budgets are aligned with what is the best method and expenditures based upon what the 77 farmer-driven board says we need to spend on moving the pile or growing the pile. This past year, we had a really big influence in export markets. Let's get to the exports. Let's really pour funding into and concentrate on exports because we saw that as our demand. There's only 3% of the world population in the U.S. That leaves a whole bunch of people outside of our country that need and want and use soy, and we are doing a tremendous job, I think, in promoting U.S. soy and the quality. But that's making the audit evaluation make sure that budgets are aligned correctly. Then you have the VAC just to make sure that, again, the left knows what the right is doing and there's not any overlapping or skipping of different types of research because we do really do it all. And as you can see, $75 million budget, that's down quite a bit. But that's still a chunk of change that needs to be handled responsibly, and we try really hard to do that. So we do that through these things called work groups. And when I first went to USB, what the hell is a work group? But we're learning that. So on the side there, you see it's the innovation and technology. That's kind of the old name. It's been changed to industrial. And then we kind of broke that into two different committees because the innovation and technology was 1,100 different products that are on the market today that using soybean and have been sponsored and funded through USB. So that's a lot. But then you move over and you had the fuel side, which is your biofuels, your Clean Fuels Alliance. America does a lot of work for us, and they've got like all 6 major railroads signed on to be 100% biofuels and all in 2040 maybe, something like that. Any ship that is within 250 miles of the coast must be now going into having a cleaner fuel. So all the cargo ships that you're seeing around the world, which includes cruise ships as well, are going to have to be doing something, anything up to 250. Now, once they get into international water, we have no jurisdiction on that, and they usually revert back to some cheap fuel, but they're now having to carry both fuels on board to burn at different times. But fuel was such a big segment of the industry, we divided those two, and the fuel just kind of has its own oversight to look at because it was so big. Industrial uses, that 1,100 products. That is what can we make out of soybean. We'll cover that in just a second. The next one is health and nutrition. So, obviously, stuff we're using and then what animals are using. So when I first went to USB, the first year I was very late in being appointed due to some restructuring of, by the secretary, wanted to make boards more diversified. So we were late getting in. I missed the first year. I was not on any of these committees or board, of these committees, but, my first one was health and nutrition, area, and I really love that. I kind of equate that to, a cooperative extension meeting on steroids. It just huge. Feed, obviously, on the same side. I've never sat on that committee, but they're doing the same thing. So infrastructure and connectivity, that's your sustainability, and I've done a lot of work there. I have not served on that committee, but that has been one of my growing. I love talking about farming and talking about sustainability, and I've given presentations around the country as well as international, and that, I'll tell you a little bit about if you want. Then you see we have the category area of exports, and that is now the new growing. We've never had a real export committee. That's now growing. That is taking precedent because of the importance of moving our pile. We've got too big of a pile and we got to do something about it. And then communication education, because we have to have that because we are research, promotion, and communication and education. So that rounds out what we do, and a little bit of that structure, how those fundings are done. I will go back to the health and nutrition. Second, I was on health and nutrition the first year. I got moved over to innovation and technology the second year, which I enjoy the moving because you see different aspects of what the industry is doing. Then I came back to health and nutrition, and when I came back, I was chairman of that committee, and we were given $12 million for that committee. At the end of the day, they told us, they came and handed us a little piece of paper and said, we got to cut that to $7 million. So we did that. This was last year. By the end of the second day, they came to us and gave us another little piece of paper, so we got to cut another $1.5 million. So our budget got cut in half real quick. And you can see that throughout all of our programs. But again, it's just a reflection of what you're doing here. Budgets are down, and how do we make sure that we don't overspend in this category and not enough over here? That's really the gist of that. So let's hear. I was talking about, let me back up on one other thing, the sustainability. I really wasn't involved the first year because I was late. They asked me, do you mind speaking in front of people? And I said, well, I don't mind speaking. I don't know if anybody wants to listen, but I'll speak anyway. So they asked me about talking about sustainability in farming. And so I gave a presentation to, I believe it was called Columbia Forest Products, and they make plywood. And out of the plywood, they've taken formaldehyde out, which is the adhesive that they glued 7 layers together to make a piece of plywood. Been doing that for centuries, or not that long, but you get what I'm saying, a long time. They now know that we can apply soybean protein to that, and it's chemical-free, biodegradable. People love it. They're producing plywood as fast as they can produce it. You can buy it at Home Depot now. I'm assuming all Home Depots in the Northeast you can. Now I gave that presentation to them. I also went to a company called Sinlawn, and I did they make AstroTurf type carpets. And they gave me a 4 or 5 foot square piece of it, and I came home and cut it out on the floorboard of my combine. And because everybody knows I like my combine clean, I usually drive around with my sock feet, you know. So I even have a video of me with my Roomba rolling around inside the combine cab cleaning stuff. They really like that, but they did an advertisement. They called it the combine carpet, but it was basically shots of us with this carpet out in the soybean field as it's being harvested, then off to the facility to make the oil, to make the AstroTurf, and then here it is back in my combine a second time. And so really just showing that we were using and utilizing our products. I really enjoyed that. but we talked more about, what I talked more about is irrigation and the ability to store on-farm water, throughout the year. And so I was asked to go and give this presentation to an international program in, let's see, several places, Japan, Korea, and China on one trip. And I'll be honest with you, when I left the U.S., I had no idea what I was going to say. Not one idea. I wrote my speech on the way over there, so glad it was a long flight. But I had to coordinate what I was saying with what the other presenters were saying, and that's the part I did not know. And so it all come together. That first one was kind of iffy, but anyway. Then we came back home, and I've gone back to just let's see, I did do an Egyptian and a Tunisian presentation. I wish I had this picture because I'm covered in, I'm 6 feet down in a hole fixing some underground pipe. And I put this picture up on the screen, and, I'm standing in a suit and a coat and a tie in front of it. I'm not here to preach to you that we can do it better, that we're superior, that you're not doing it right. I was trying to say, this is not me standing here in a coat and tie. This is me. Showed them the picture of me in the mud. Absolutely loved that. And that was the talk for the rest of the week about U.S. farmers and down to earth, because in my presentation I talked about it. If you need something, you just don't run to the store and get it anymore. You got to make do with what you have. So you need to tie something up, you take your belt off and tie it up, or take your socks off and shove them in a hole. Whatever you have to do, that's what you have. Well, they resonated with that because that's their environment, that's their world, and so it took off really well. All right, so anyway, I'll come back home. I've given that same presentation to let's see, trying to think of what the name of those conferences were. A nutritionalist conference, which was a bunch of nurses and doctors and those kind of things. I gave it to the Ag Media Summit held in Chicago last year.
Because of the seed oils, and there's been a lot.
There's been a lot of controversy about that, and that was very big at the health and nutritional side. So I've really enjoyed. That's kind of been where I'm going, and I guess that's kind of not my legacy, but it's kind of where I'm going. I enjoy that, and they've got 77 other people that want to do something as well. I can't be the only one that does it, but they know that if they need something next week, I'll go do it. So that's fine. Okay, so I'm sorry. Can you go to the next one, please? These are the organizations that we partner with predominantly: USAC, U.S. Soybean Export Council, U.S. Soybean Association. I may have heard of that one, and WISH, Initiative for Soil and Health, Human Health. Those are our primary big partners that we work with that are all around the world. And I do want to say, well, you've got Brad, so you already know about ASA, and there's some others. Oh, and by the way, I've already told USB that in 2030 there's your new USB president, so they already know he's coming. So I know how he works. So anyway, but the USAC, I want to say something about them right quick. I just was part of a USB program called See for Yourself. Y'all do get applications each year for young, innovative, up-and-coming farmers from Arkansas. I highly recommend placing somebody's name on, and I don't know the criteria. It's probably 20 to 30. Main criteria is you can never have had any involvement with checkoff or the administration of checkoff. In other words, they couldn't have served on this board and then go do this program, because the program is called See for Yourself. So we took quite a few of these young up-and-coming farmers from around the country. Most of them have never been out of their state. We left our homes, our farm, our families, flew halfway around the world to the middle of a hot, dry, sandy desert to do what? Study aquaculture. But USAC had set up a program there with an organization called World Fish. World Fish is prominently known around the world. Their mission and goal is to end hunger through protein, and specifically through the availability of quantity and quality of protein through aquaculture. That's what I'm trying to say. But they one of their mainstays is that it has to be sustainable, and it has to be backed with very solid, sound science. And in the door walked USAC with all the information they wanted, and we have hit it off with a great partnership with them. Through that program, they started a new one in Egypt. It was called the Soy Excellence Centers. There's over 30,000 participants have been through this Soy Excellence Center learning about the ability that U.S. quality soybeans give to the aquaculture industry. And Africa is one of the number one growing regions in the world as far as population, which means they're going to have a lot of people to feed. It'd be very densely populated really, really soon.
I didn't know for a long time, but just, okay, we do have a SEC proposal.
Yeah, we do need to make sure we get somebody from the South.
Yeah.
We need to make sure because we're not represented.
Yeah.
And that, Jim Carroll has always told me, he said, you gotta represent Arkansas, but most of all, you gotta get somebody, you gotta represent the South. I mean, there's nobody in the industry. Everybody's from North Dakota and South Dakota and Indiana. There's really not anybody from the South, so keep pushing that. What was the next one, please? And I'll try to shut up. I can skip that. Sorry. We can skip that one. There's about, it says 1,000 to 1,100 different industry uses for soy on the market now, and that can be, are y'all familiar with that? I don't need to go into that, do I? Well, you can put soy into concrete and it'll last 10 times longer. You can put soy into asphalt, the soybean oil is what I'm saying, whereas typically when they grind up a highway, 80% of it has to go to a landfill, only 20% of it can be reused. You switch that when you put the soybean oil in it, so a lot less goes into a landfill. Baby guy.
I do, Robert, is this summer, when at our summer meeting, asked maybe some representatives to come down and present it.
It's a fabulous story, and you will not, pardon me, sketch your shoes.
Yeah.
Everybody has those, everybody loves those.
Fire foam, there's lots of.
Fire foam for industry fighting, fabulous thing. That was the next, that should be it. 3 more. Just been doing this 35 years. Again, we gotta look ahead. We gotta keep the farmer invested in that, and those are our key areas there: food, feed, fuel, industry use, export, sustainability, which is kind of what I've said. So Brad is now on the board. He'll be taking over. He's not need me going anymore, I guess. But yeah, I really enjoy the opportunity to represent Arkansas in the South. Hopefully, we can do a good job. But if anybody ever has any questions or whatever, they can reach out. But the man now. So anyway. That's all I have to say. I really didn't know what to say because you already know more about USB probably than I do, but I'm trying to just say a little bit about what I've done from my tenure of being there and trying to represent Arkansas and the South and not just sit there and take up a seat. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think you'll see more Arkansas activity. Our secretary has got an initiative, some grants out for more of that here locally, so we're really excited what his team hopefully has the potential of doing. And I mean, we don't beat our drum enough here in Arkansas. We have a lot. Yep. A lot, you know.
Okay.
A lot to offer.
I'm sorry that was fast and furious, but
Thank you so much.
appreciate your time. Anytime.
Thank you.
Anytime I lost anything, give us a call. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right, up next we have the communications crew, and I see them in the back. And I'm sorry, I've got the time, I'm the timekeeper up here. I might pull out the gavel if you walk too long, but anyway, thank you guys for being here. Yeah.
Okay, put this on the table. This is for those shirts and his best. Hi, my name is Jacqueline Levette. I'm with the communications group. I primarily handle you guys' social media. And this is
Hannah Phillips, and I am over the PR in addition to Carson.
Okay, this is gonna be super quick, just kind of high points. So for your website, your sessions are up, which is great news, which more people are getting there. I would like to attribute that to the new 100 Bushel Club paid social campaigns. Those have really gotten a lot of great feedback. They always get over 100 comments and like, congratulations, great work, love seeing this. They always get dozens of shares. So I was like, I mean, I'm sure there's more factors than that, but considering the of love towards those campaigns, I think that is a pretty good indicator. So naturally, your traffic peaked in November, Arkansas Soybean Month. That's no brainer. As far as advertising, your impressions are way up. November again was the top performer. Arkansas Soybean Month, no brainer again. Public relations. Our top performing story was the release on Arkansas Soybean Month, and you guys garnered 26.7 million impressions by the end of last year. That's a ton of people learning about soybeans in Arkansas and learning about what great work you guys are doing as a board. Social media, we have less posts this year than last year, and so of course that attributes to the lesser number of impressions. You also have to take into consideration the algorithm is changing. I know it sounds like a cop out, but it's really not. You can no longer just throw posts out there and expect them to do well. But you guys have had very steady follower growth this past year, so that's July through December of last year. Lots of people are finding out who you are. They want to follow you. They want to learn more. I've seen lots of great things. As far as the bean brief goes, we do have less sends, but your open rate it hovers around 40%. And that is very, very good. That means you have a very loyal base wanting to read the bean brief. Now, your click rate is a little bit lower than industry standards, which that's not usually considering the industry standard is 2.2%, so 1.9 isn't too far off. So basically what that means, we're going to have to figure out how to get people to click on the links in the bean brief to go to your website to learn more. But the open rate is great. So, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is y'all's baby, I'm sorry, but when you're saying below industry standards, does that mean agricultural standards, or does that mean all clicks that may come out of New York or that have nothing to do with agriculture?
It's the agriculture.
It's the agricultural segment. Okay.
All people who market in agriculture for newsletters that are agricultural focused, that's what that is. That's that benchmark. That makes sense. Perfect. Okay. That's all I have as far
I
as.
will say on the PR side of it, we've developed a relationship with KTV here, and they've actually said that some of the soybean things have been some of their most successful and sought after by their viewers, and that we get a lot of engagement, so they like to have us keep on going. So that's a little fun fact to add in there.
And you'll be actually on KTV.
So Soy Foods Month is in April, so we're going to continue that. They like to highlight Soybean Month and then Soy Foods Month as their two top ones.
I think I probably know the answer here, and I know we're not supposed to get political, but political versus educational type posts, which gets more, obviously political probably gets a whole lot more traffic, is that right?
We typically try to stay away.
Well, I know we do, but I mean, just in general, out there, there's a lot of people complaining.
We'll
Yeah,
get this on tape.
I'm sure, yes.
they are highly
It's boring, right? I mean, but I think it's important. I think people love those pictures in the cab, you know, in the combine, in the plant or whatever. I think we like those type of posts, don't we?
Well, you talked about those 1,100 different, uses.
Yeah.
Man, that usually gets a huge response.
Yeah, they'll get an opportunity to get involved in interest. So they promote some of the non-traditional soybean
Yeah, we can definitely.
industrial stuff. The PFAS and the soybean firefighting foam that all capture is now made with soybean meal. Amazing. That's awesome.
No, that's great. That's great. Great. So we're always looking for more content on social media. That's perfect. All right. And as far as 2026 at a glance, so this is just a list of events that we have attended, that's coming up. As you know, Arkansas Women in Ag Show is coming next week. We go to the soccer festival at the Plantation Museum in Scott, just as an in-kind for having that exhibit there. We create a relationship with the curator, and so that's just a fun way to get the word out there about soybeans, especially since it's in Scott and there's lots of soybeans around that area. And then, of course, we have the Ag Hall of Fame ceremony on March 27th.
And then one other thing, we have the QSSB Communications meeting in Lexington this year. So I'll go represent there and talk with other QSSBs and the fair marketing and comms and collaborate with them.
Thank you. And then as far as engagement,
Are there any other events they should be at that that are not on that list that y'all know of?
there are way more than that. That was just brief. We got FFA, we got it all.
Just curious, I mean, if you have some,
Yes.
thing, you know, that.
Okay. And then the museum exhibit, as you guys know, is at the Museum of Art and Summer and Curry right now. It will go to the state capitol, the fourth floor corner exhibit for a short stint. And then in the Ag Learning Center, early 2027 for their, the learning fairs situation there. So super exciting stuff for the exhibit. I'll turn it over to Hannah.
Okay, perfect. So one thing cool that we found this last year is that USB offers a $25,000 grant. So one thing that we thought, since this is what we like to call it, the soytennial year of Arkansas, the 100 years of soybean in the state, why not make a long-lasting mural here in the Capitol? Because, Rice, they have a mural down on Main Street downtown, and a lot of people, they associate Rice being Arkansas's top row crop, but as we all know, that's not the case. So we want to get the soybeans footprint in the heart of the state as a long-lasting footprint. And so essentially what we ask is because USB reimburses the board at the end. So what we have to do is we have to do rigorous timesheets and documentation of all of that. And so we would ask that the board put that $25,000 up front and then get reimbursed afterwards. And we're working closely with our acting CFO along with the ag department to ensure compliance of that, to make sure all the boxes are checked off, and to make sure that nothing gets missed and mess that up.
So understand that, they apply for us on our behalf, they got it, we have to fully approve it.
Yes.
So it's costing us nothing, but we do need to just formally approve the application. And then we'll probably approve the artwork sometime in July.
And we want to hear everyone's feedback on that. Right now, it's should be a rough draft concept of it. It's nothing official. We want to know everyone's things, but we're going to have to find, where we want to put it, where to scout it, all the approvals, everything necessary. But we would like to have a concept, if the board approves this, by the next July meeting for you guys to vote on and approve on. And then if there's any last details that you want to change, we can do that, then we can move forward. So essentially, in a nutshell, that's it.
Downtown Little Rock, that's
the hope, somewhere in that area, depending on all of the logistics.
or Jonesboro.
And so actually, since they have this every year, we would like to continue this across the state. And we think that would be cool, just to have those long-lasting, almost permanent across the state.
No details yet as far as size or anything yet, because you don't have the location, right? Okay.
So all that's pending, but we can get that information when we get there.
Any questions about that? Win-win. That's great.
So, yeah, farmer dollars coming back to the state.
Okay, so are you done with that?
Yes, sir.
I think we do need to formally, we have the language. We need to approve this application process. And that's the generic approval would be great. Do we have a motion to approve this?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
The motion, we have a second. Second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Sign. Thank you, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And you will, so timeline wise, you will
Yes.
try to get back to, us. We don't want to catch you off guard and just say, that's ugly facts. Not good, but we don't like that. So maybe give us a little time,
Yeah.
a preview. It's better. For comments before we, or in
That's
person.
it.
I like that. That's great.
I'll also follow up with Amy with the document, just any general notes you may have. I'd like to see this included. It wasn't in that. Just to document outline what you would expect.
Or anything, let's just say specifically with the mural list, like if there's any, certain political
Yes,
things
it's gone,
like
but-
that, we want to make sure.
John, you would probably remember the billboards. The billboards, y'all did billboards back in the day? We did. Yeah, I don't know where that, idea came from and.
Well, it's one of those things, I think things were probably really high and we were making really good crops and we had a lot of money coming in and we thought people needed to appreciate what's, the economies around them.
Right.
And I think that was one effort we made just to, get in front of people that, this is around you, this is, this is what we do here, and we're proud of it, and, so, you've got consumers, and your students, and your, most that are emotional, is to your consumer. And, I think that will drive that.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Anybody?
We would love to work with you again next year.
All right. Well, we didn't actually, we won't do that. Yes, well, we'll go ahead and, next on the agenda, we do need to approve, as you mentioned, upfront money, that 25,000 that we would get reimbursed for later, so it is state cash to operate, so, in the form of a motion. A motion to spend the $25,000 on them. Second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, sign. Thank you. Motion passes. And welcome, Mr. John Freeman. I should be right. Well, that's okay. All right, so next up will be. Okay, so who do we have on first for ASA? Kate? So I'll get a quick on that. Who do we have?
It's supposed to be Kate. Supposed to be Kate.
No. ASA? We want to move on to. I don't, anyone from Plainfield on?
I'll just email Kate.
Okay.
We're a little ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Do you want to, a little break? Do what? You'll take a little break, is it with this 5-minute break, or? Sure. Try to get that, okay, we'll just do that, we'll reconvene at 10 a.m. Does that sound okay with everyone? Yeah. Right, all right.
I have no position. Well, again, I did not know what to say here because. Oh, yeah, y'all know USB, I don't have to tell you that. Yeah, I just wanted to say. I haven't been doing, I was just guilty of not reporting, because. But I can tell you, as y'all know, they're all, they're of USB.
Yeah, that's his.
You may not remember anything. Michael Chaney, I'm Hank Hanks. Are you serious? Yes, sir. Doing good, you know. Extension up there, Quincy County. So did you live in Tollville?
Well, I lived up there, we lived up there in Hazen. Yes, sir.
He lived out there. I think
He did for a little while, and they moved to Hazen, and like I said, he probably didn't do anything about with it for a long time, but, I just at his house, before I came here. I sure would.
honestly, I want to see community. Understand in my little, old, it's kind of right.
Sometimes it's really good.
Keep thinking about comment I may want to go.
Yeah, but it's gotta hold. That's our problem.
Wait for a minute.
We all are taking the time.
We're gonna go ahead and get going. We've got Ms. Kate Mayer. Is that correct? Did I pronounce it right, Kate?
Yep, on your side of the river, it sure is. Move around here. These lights in here are kind of funny. There we go.
Cheers, Kate. Can you hear us, Kate?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
You can go ahead now. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to share my screen then. Should have it pulled up here. Can you all see that? Just want to confirm.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. I know time is quick, so I'll run through these pretty quickly. I do want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to present these funding proposals, and of course, always appreciate the continued partnership between Arkansas and ASA. One thing to note as we go through these, that we know today in the state of the current ag economy that dollars are shifting and dollars are shrinking, but we wanted to just make sure that all states get all the options of funding opportunities in case you want to shift funding dollars around according to what your budget is this year. So please don't take it as all of these are expected to be funded or you will fund these. We're just kind of giving you the whole menu of options to choose from as we go through this. So I did just want to let you guys know that up front, because we know that, especially today, things are ever changing. These are just some introductory slides. You know who we are as an advocacy organizations. I come from ag associations my entire career and have worked with state cattlemen's associations, state commodity groups, and the state national partnership is very dear to my heart. And I'm very passionate about that. That's how we're successful as an industry. So thank you all for being a part of that. Of course, how we work with USB, with USEC, with WISH, and then kind of the rising, just the soy family working together in different lanes, kind of rising tide raises all ships. And I've really been impressed with ASA since I've joined in that, and really seeing that in action. So today, we're just going to go through the proposals. Some of them are continuations of 2026 funded projects that may or may not be continued. Some are ones that you've probably seen before and not funded, or may have funded in the past but not last year. And then one project that's new, it is a little bit different. I think last year you got a proposal in front of you for Farmers Fueling the Future. The way we worked with Iowa Soybean that this year is that they're taking those funding proposals, and I think Matt Herman is actually on his way to present to you today if he hasn't already. I'm going to cover more of the biomass-based diesel initiative, and we're also realizing that that might be more appropriate for the association side of things, so if we need to resend that to you all, we sure can. So just really quick, running through the options that are available. The ASAP ASAP membership, the meeting is actually going on upstairs right now, the March meeting as we speak. And then, of course, there's a late summer retreat that's going to be in New York this year. Membership in that gets you 2 participants from Arkansas at those annual meetings. And it's really just kind of a think tank, focus group, farmer advisory council. On some deeper dives to get input from really engaged farmers in issues affecting the soy industry. So that's our first, membership up for option. Identify and address challenges and issues facing the soybean industry. Develop an actionable strategy to achieve goals, and then the big thing is the collaboration with industry, states, and national soybean organizations. So today they're discussing anything from MAHA to AI and data sharing in agriculture. USB was here talking about their work in the seed oil space. So again, just kind of a think tank of the industry and the issues on that. The summer retreat we hear is always a big hit. Again, with really great chances to connect with industry and other national organizations. Quickly, these are just some of the industry partners that we've had in the past and state affiliates that are involved, as well as the national organizations. We've had Clean Fuels Alliance come on. NOPA, of course, is involved, USEC, USB, and SABRE as well. I think you guys, I believe you guys took advantage of this last year, the economic analysis and support. The more I spend time with our economic team, the more I am just so impressed by the information that they not only have in their brains, but that they collect and analyze in support of information, whether it's in policy and advocacy, communications, state work. So I probably don't have to preach too much to you on this one, but it is a lot of support from and information from our economic analysis or an economics department available at your disposal. With support of the program, from analysis, ongoing review and support, interactions, communications, and then, of course, all the work in the other spaces as well. Support of the program, of course, gets you a virtual or in-person briefing, quarterly information, early copies of economic reports, and then consultations with our very smart ASA economists that we have on staff. Soybean Leadership Academy, I believe you all participated in again last year. That was my first week on the job. I've been with ASA since the beginning of January, and I have to tell you, I've been in ag, I've been to a lot of these leadership meetings in agriculture over the years. I don't know if I've ever seen a better program than the Soybean Leadership Academy in terms of really great leadership development, communications information, and then just really great networking and really deep dive sharings from top senior leadership in the organizations and in the industry. At the level we're proposing, 2 participants from Arkansas can participate in that. We are going to be moving the location this year. While everybody did enjoy sunny Florida, it's maybe not as easy to get to. So we are going to put it in either Indianapolis or Nashville. Hopefully that's a little bit more accessible to our growers, to our board leaders and state staff. In addition, just for your information, in the interest of full transparency, the executive committee has asked to have their strategic planning session in conjunction with this, either on the front end or the back end. Basically, we're just trying to eliminate some travel and save some people trips on that. So just FYI on that. The other, next up is the Innovation to Market, the I2M work group. Again, really kind of a really focused, farmer focused, almost a very specialized sort of focus group for industry in terms of bringing new products to market through the process of what's facing farmers, what do you need, what solutions do you need, here's some solutions, what do we need to get them to market then. Pretty much just what it says, but it is a really great way to also network with industry and then build that support within your state, maybe get some support from that industry for your state programs as well. 2 meetings each year with two representatives from Arkansas each. There is a 2-day meeting in either January or February here in DC. There's always a virtual option for that meeting as well if you can't make it, to call in. And then the late summer meeting this year, it'll be held in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, but it is in a rotating location. Again, we try to keep it pretty accessible. The award celebration held in conjunction with Commodity Classic, recognizing leadership, highlighting key soybean initiatives, especially in the areas of conservation, sustainability, and just really great farming. And then innovation, which drives the soybean industry forward. Again, another great networking opportunity, great opportunity to share the space with industry, with partners in industry, with other organizations as well. This year, of course, we're in New Orleans. We do have, again, also knowing that dollars are different, we're proposing, we do have the minimum investment for one table is $6,000. There is a possibility of a half table. We have had some states interested in that. So you would basically have half of a table in a reserved area, but, you might sit with another state that bought half a table. You might sit with some industry. You might sit with some ASA staff. But it is up front near the reserve section, or in the reserve section for you, just a possibility. Soy Stats is going to be changing a little bit in 2027, not this year. We're really trying to drive it more to the online platform where we can keep it updated, where it can be really accessible on a mobile device. Because, print is going up and up and up. But the investment in this, of course, if you do fund it and you do want printed copies, states that do fund it are eligible to have printed copies. We are going to print promotional material for it, probably a little postcard with a QR code that can be easily handed out to drive people to that online version where they can scroll on their phone or their iPads or their computers to find that. We did have to increase the investment level a little bit on those, just because it's getting a little more complicated on our end in terms of staff. USEC is not going to sponsor it this year or in 2027 as well. So we are looking for a new industry partner in that. The Young Leader Program, of course, is a Corteva program and has been for 40 years, even through all the iterations of Corteva. But you can most of the costs are covered by Corteva. Of course, what we ask for from the states is to provide tuition for one farmer or farmer couple, and each state is eligible to provide funding for up to 2 couples per year. This is sort of the new one, the biomass-based diesel. I know the proposal reads like a mini white paper, but had a lot more detail in that. Again, like I mentioned, we are learning. It is unrestricted funding. It does not count towards director seats. So we are learning that a lot of states are asking us to send it through the association side of the organization. Again, if you have questions on that, we can do that. We can go through that in more detail, but I know that time is limited here and I want to leave plenty of time for questions. But we are, this is again, something we're putting in front of all states because as issues flex, as funding flexes, we just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to do what's best to support what they need within their state in the interest of their soybean farmers. So the overview of what you did in 2026 was economic analysis and support, Soybean Leadership Academy, IDA-M work group, award celebration, Soy Stats and the Young Leader Program, total investment of $31,300. Today's proposals, of course, include all the things that you funded in 2026, which if you fund the same things would just be the additional $150 because Soy Stats went up a bit. Unless you decided to do half a table for the award celebration, and we could do the math on that, which would reduce it by $3,000. Then, of course, the ASA Action Partnership and the BBDI initiative, should you choose to do that. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I can go back to any of the slides and or what questions do you all have? I know I ran through that really quickly because I know there's a lot of other people behind me ready to go.
Young leaders, I'll start. It's just young and title only, because there's some 60-year-olds that go for that. There's no age limit. Matt and I attended I2M last year. It was. And as I was I sat at the table at the awards ceremony along with some other Arkansas folks in there. ASAP is a really good one too, especially if you want to learn more about either sending Amy or staff or farmers. I mean, that's another one where you really get to see some of the big issues. We'll probably, I don't know, is anyone here from Boyce? He's probably interested in the bio-based diesel initiative as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and our policy staff's involved in that as well in the meeting here in DC to really dive deep into what's happening policy-wise as well. So, and yeah, young leader programs are funny because young is relative, right? I still think I'm 18, and I'm 18 in some ways, but it's a really good way to develop leaderships to serve up through the state and national positions.
These are all compliant, so there's no issue on supporting they say through these types of programs, these have all been pre-approved right now.
Again, BBDI is the only one that doesn't count towards director seats. It is considered unrestricted funding. Again, can go through the association side as well.
A question, the BBDI says it's a joint initiative with the Iowa Soybean Association called Farmers Fueling the Future. Don't we have okay, so we have a proposal from them as well. So
That's correct. So, so with the two initiatives, with the joint effort with Iowa, we talked this year, and Matt Herman in Iowa is going to handle all the proposals for Farmers Fueling the Future. ASA is going to handle all the proposals for BBDI, since the BBDI initiative really supports more of a policy type of work in states without any soy representation, but that are making biofuel policy. So it's really to have a voice in that area where there is none. California, New Mexico, Washington, I think Oregon as well. Also, a lot of states are making this policy that's going to impact the biofuel space. And so we've got somebody that's working in that area to make sure that the soy industry is represented, and especially in terms of the fuels. Again, which is why we're learning that a lot of states would rather fund that or think about that through the association side.
Thank you. Anything else? Well, we certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, and I enjoyed meeting your folks that were out here in DC this week. Hope they get home. We've got weather hitting, so I hope they get home before that.
Thanks again.
All right, thank you all. Look forward to coming to Arkansas sometime.
Well, good. Yeah, with clean fuels. Good on schedule, correct? We're good. We're good about that. You know that. Well, we're all doing good. Staying where? Up here. We're pulling your California. Yeah. Business guys. Thank you so much. That clean fuel rep is not here. Force Johnson. He is.
Force, yeah, I saw.
Sounds good. We'll them already.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. Well, thanks for having me. Brad Shimmons, Director of Operations and Membership at Clean Fuels Alliance America. Tom Berry, as you probably know Tom Berry, he's all the way back from California. He sends his hello, wishes he could be here. He had meetings this week with CARB, two board members and the Chief of Staff of CARB, along with some USB directors and some other state directors on a little California meeting out there talking about sustainability. Also was able to go out and see the P66 Rodeo Refinery renewable diesel plant. So I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. But you know, I want to thank Arkansas Soybean Promotion Board, be a member of Clean Fuel since 2002. I know I presented that a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, to the board virtually. I'm happy to be here in person. I want to thank Boyce Johnson, who's not here. Is he on the call? So, okay, well, you know, Boyce Johnson's our rep to Clean Fuels from their board. Robert Soball has been a long time supporter and rep. He was on our governing board for many years. So I want to thank him as well for that. Gonna, you know, real quick, you know, I'm from Missouri, Zoo grad, don't hold against me. I was at the Arkansas game on Saturday. You guys have pulled it out. I hate seeing that. Heather Dieter, I think she may have came last year, Director of Communications. She's one of the proposed projects in here. She's an Arkansas grad, so she had to rub it in my face. And she said hello as well. She wished she could have been here. She's out of California at the time as well. So, real quick, state of the industry. I'm gonna go through these real quick. If you have questions, please do. But there's a lot going on. You know, this industry. If you heard the latest update 3 months ago, 6 months ago, things are changing. Real quick, our vision: values for renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel. Goal is to reach 6 billion gallons by 2030. We were hoping to be there pretty soon. Still hoping to be there pretty soon. And then by 2050 be billion gallons with as much feedstock as we possibly get. U.S. based biodiesel consumption. So
2024 was a banner year for us, most we've ever done, 5.1 billion gallons. Through September of 24, those numbers changes closer to 4 billion gallons in 24. You've seen a decline, so it's been nothing but up, and then down in 2025. Well, there's a couple reasons for that, which we'll get into. One is obviously the RVM numbers are not quite out yet. I got some news to share hopefully with that information, but represent about 8% of the diesel pool across the country. It has been as high as 10% in 2024. Right now, 8%, but that number is going to drastically increase in the coming, I hope, 9 months to 12 months. Some of the states that are kind of driving this is California. California is almost half of that domestic demand going right now, about 2.5 billion gallons in California. California is about 70 to 80% of diesel pool is renewable fuels. Take it back to 15 years ago, it was 1%. 1% to 70, 80% in 10, 15 years. When California necessarily didn't always want renewable fuel based, from certain feedstocks. Well, we've done a lot of work along with ASA and partners to educate California on the benefits of soy-based biodiesel, renewable diesel, and there's a potential of SAF, right? Everyone's it's the shiny object out there right now, but it's still a small portion of the overall production, about 300 million gallons of SAF, still used by the same feedstocks, soybean oil, used cooking oil, animal fats, all domestic products as well.
Brad, is that California 8%, is that by mandate or by choice?
By choice. Yeah, they have a low carbon fuel standard, and so California, Washington, Oregon, they have low carbon fuel standards. Low carbon fuel standards drive markets out in these West Coast states. So there's the demand is driven by the incentive to do so. New Mexico, for example, they just passed a low carbon fuel standard. Well, that's going to be an additional 700 million gallons of production that's coming on. It just passed within the last couple of months. Another one of our projects that we're proposing, Jeff Earl, Director of State Governmental Affairs, he leads a team of Corey Ann Wynn. She's out on the West Coast. She's in Oregon. She wrote the low carbon fuel standard for Oregon. We were able to hire her about 2 years ago when she retired. Previously, we had Floyd Vergara. He worked for CARB. He was the number 2 man at CARB. When he retired from CARB, we hired him to be our Director of State Government Affairs. He has since retired, and now he's as a contractor for Jeff to kind of be a support for Jeff, who's stationed in the Midwest. And we also have a Steve Dodge, who was a 30-year API guy, actually, came to work for us. He manages our Northeast region of our state program as well. So, the way we work is we have checkoff funds, education, promotion, research, and then we have a whole different arm, which is our lobbying arm of our organization. That's paid for by our members' producer dues. So the producers are the ones that, the fuel producer, they pay dues to us, and that goes to state and federal lobbying. So Jeff has 2 different buckets that he can pull from. If he's educating, promoting, he uses checkoff funds. If he's out at State Hill doing lobby, stuff like that, he's using our producer dues for that. I want to back up real quick just to talk about California. I mentioned 8% of the whole pool, but in Oregon, and these programs are 1 or 2 or 3 years old. Oregon's 21% now, Washington's 10%, California is 70, 80%, New Mexico's coming on board. So they're seeing such growth trajectories because there's a high demand and a high incentive to do so out in the West Coast.
So you see any push against that using soybean oil or plant oils for?
There's always a little push. Yeah, I mean they have bench cap. They have bench caps. They're being posed. But that's where we do a lot of the work that we go out and educate. That's why Tom Berry's out there with farmers right now, educating them on the benefits of soy-based biodiesel. We'll talk about the RVOs and the 45Z tax credit. Carbon intensity, the new model, used to be a blender's tax credit. $1, I produce a gallon, I get $1. I produce a gallon, I get $1. But now it's all based off CI scoring, carbon intensity scoring, and those feedstocks get values and scores. And I'll leave the carrot right there and I'll get to that in a second. I know I'm trying to fly through these, so I'm sorry. Soy demand, as you see, blue, food use has been steady. 14 million pounds of food use. Soybean oil is the other half of that. 31 billion gallons. We'll go to this next page. 31 billion pounds is kind of what's crushed right now domestically from 2026, what they're projecting. Well, about 17 billion pounds of that is going to be used for fuel. Food has kind of remained stagnant. These charts are a little outdated. We're still waiting for the EIA data to come out for this thing, but the important thing is that we're using over 1 billion pounds of soybean oil a month. And this is currently in a market right now where we're only producing 4 billion gallons, when last year we were at 5.1. So, and there's a slide kind of at the very end that kind of comes from the velocity report that I want to share. This is just another chart of biodiesel growth, but over here on the left, these are renewable diesel. These are renewable diesel plants that are coming on board, or they're already on board, right? So I'm going to pick on Diamond Green. Diamond Green is a member of ours. They have about 1.2 billion gallons of capacity down in North Louisiana, and Port Arthur, Texas is where their plants are at. They're the largest soybean oil buyer in the world. However, they only run about half their plants run on soybean oil. They would need 7 full states crush capacity, 7 plants, in order to run 100% on renewable diesel, or to run 100% on soybean oil. It just shows you the scale of how big and how much farm it takes. If you were, if someone was to say, why are you not using soybean oil the whole time? Preferred feedstock. It's the cleanest. It's the most, it's the preferred. It's anti-fail, right? It's the best, cleanest feedstock. However, their GM once told me, Clay Bryan told me, the first day that I don't have feedstock is the first day I don't have a job. So, it's important for him to source feedstocks, and he's in Louisiana. So he's pulling from Arkansas, and he's pulling from all these states to get soybean oil, but it's only half of what he needs in order to run 1.2 billion gallons of production a year. That's his capacity. And, in 2024, they were at full capacity. This year, they're 70%, right? But there's going to be some signals that you get there. But
So are they crushing or refining?
They're not a crusher.
They're refining.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so Diamond Green is a partnership between Darling Ingredients and Valero.
Okay.
Darling Ingredients is the world's biggest animal fat renderer, so they use animal fats as well. I mean, they use their own product, but they also are using so much soybean oil because it just takes so much to run these plants on a daily basis. And they've invested billions of dollars. They built the plants from scratch, so it's not like a petroleum refiner that retrofits into a renewable diesel plant. They built these from the ground up. So they are meant for renewable diesel only. They can't go back to petroleum refining if they want to. They're built for renewable diesel. So
They also importing.
Yes, they'll have to. I mean, they'll have to. I mean, domestic production, according to StoneX, we talk to StoneX on a regular basis every 2 weeks, actually. We just had a call with them Tuesday. Not the name, but StoneX said that the domestic production right now is about 4 billion to 4.2 billion gallons if we use just domestic feedstocks. Well, we were at 5.1 in 2024. So there's got to be some imports coming from somewhere. Now, I think, people have heard the dirty used cooking oil, right? Well, that's, Tom was just out in California. He actually told me to tell this. He questioned P66 on that because, they're on the waterway, right? So they get the ships. What about used cooking oil? He's like, we don't touch that stuff because there's too many penalties out there for, not, because there's no way to verify CI scoring on used cooking oil. So they don't get a credit for it. There's not a way to do it. Yes, there's been, 2 years ago that, the China displacement of soybean oil with used cooking oil. Well, we have a different opinion on that than some others. However, there's no way to test used cooking oil. And now that the 45Z is out, where it's domestic feedstocks from North America, you see China used to bring in hundreds of millions of pounds. Well, they're not doing that anymore because there's no incentive for them to do so. The incentive is to do domestic production with domestic feedstocks first. And that's where the 4.4 billion to 4.2 is going to come into play. We're going to use all of that first, and then they're going to find the other ones that they can have, which will be, say you're doing 5 billion, say you're doing 6 billion. You're still going to be that. Now, another slide that's going to come up is about domestic crush, right? And there's a lot of announcements on that. So our drivers, federal policy, state policy, world policy. And we have an office out in DC. Work with ASA, work with some other partners inside the federal arm. States just policy, but I'm going to get to it. 45Z, production tax credit. It's done. So you see, this is not the most current one. We just got the newest WASI, so that number is actually going to be way up there. It's going to be possibly up to 17 billion pounds. The domestic production only, technology neutral. It's value based on the intensity scoring. Once again, I wanted to calculate. You can calculate for imported UCO. So Here's the big beautiful bill. These are the 45Z wins. You know, it took a lot of team effort, not just Clean Fields, but ASA and other partners to get these wins. I mean, the farmers have a huge voice on the Hill. They have a huge voice in our membership. We have 7 farmer leaders on our 15-person board, 3 crush facility, 3 crushers are on our board as well, and we have 5 producers. So we have a heavy investment of agriculture on our board. The biggest one, and then I look, indirect land use change from the CI calculation. That basically doubled the value for soybean oil in regards to where you guys were, where soybean oil was discounted half. When we removed indirect land use change, it basically doubled your value. So now you're competitive with all the other feedstocks to the industry. So, you know, soybean oil, tallow, DCO, used cooking oil, you know, soybean oil is now on a level playing field. And that took a lot of work, a lot of effort across a lot of people to get that taken care of. Yes.
Higher the score, the better.
Actually, lower the score, and higher the credit.
Higher the credit. Okay.
Yeah.
And soybean has a lower PI rating for canola.
Correct.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, but it's also depend on state. You know, because there's state incentives as well on top of these. It's not just this is the federal policy, but there's also state policies as well that play, you know, to the line of all these credits. So the important thing to know is soybean oil is now playing ball in the field. You know, where they're maybe on the sidelines or they're concerned that they're on the sidelines, they're not anymore. They're level playing field. Soybean oil, once again, will continue to. I mean, we're crushing everything we can. We're taking everything we can. We want more. We want as much as we possibly can get. Go ahead, Brett.
If you look at the molecule, the sustainable aviation fuel molecule, do all of those have the same, you know, burn power or whatever? I mean, does the industry, have they picked a lane yet on any of their preferred source for sustainable aviation fuel, or are we there yet?
Not there yet. So 300 million gallons is basically almost 1 or 2 plants. You got Chevron has a little bit of production. Montana Renewables up in Montana, they're a solo long producer as well. So they use pretty much whatever they can. I'm guessing, you know, up in Montana, they're using they're probably using soybean oil. I mean, they're probably getting whatever they get, you know, because this is a growing market. So they're not, you know, these are new customers. They're not getting probably the first choice of feedstocks like some of our Diamond Greens of the world, your Martinez's, your P66s. You know, when you buy economies of scale, right? You buy mass buying, you know, you're probably going to get better deals. The preferred feedstock, but the better credit score, or the better CI scores, the better credit ratings, and so forth, and just business relationships, right?
We've always thought that Eastern Arkansas has the perfect location for barge traffic, I-40, I-55 corridor, FedEx, Memphis Airport. Why not have it over here? You know, I think we're missing the boat on that.
Yeah, Jeff Earl mentioned that, you know, I call Jeff Earl, our Director of State Government Affairs, down here because I'm come down. He's like, you know, I know Arkansas passed an SAF bill, or proposed. He said they proposed or passed an SAF bill recently, but it's not going anywhere right now because there's not a big user. That's why not a major user now. He said, you know, you have FedEx. You have FedEx.
FedEx angle. I mean, they probably burn more.
Yeah. And so Jeff told me to be, you know, there's never an appetite from the board to look at things in Arkansas. Reach out to Jeff or reach out to me at my card. I can get you in contact with Jeff. He wants to have these conversations. I think he's had conversations with Robert before, and some others from Arkansas as well. He said there's never been that appetite as well to see what we can actually do. Jeff would love to have these conversations. He does this for all the states. Any state that has an addition.
Tell me why this is not a soybean. So it is, because competition. Why is there a push in Eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee, the Blue Hill, the wheat growing area? We grow a little bit of wheat for canola. Like there's right now. There's a push for canola.
Right now?
Yeah, in our area. And it's partnership between Pioneer and I think Chevron.
Probably we need more feedstock.
Okay.
We need more feedstock that has a benefit, you know, to a feedstock that we can use for renewable fuels. That's my guess. Chevron's probably, you know, getting with seed companies, for them to kill
With the CS score being so high,
Yeah.
in comparison to soybean.
Yeah, there's only so much soybeans. There's only so much soybeans you have. So, you know, you use all that. Well, then you go to the next one. I mean, they're gonna need as many feedstocks as possible. Yeah. Yeah, so that'd be my guess. My guess is they're investing money in R&D for more feedstock development, for more feedstocks in general, that keeping is.
Excuse me, what's DCO?
Distillers corn oil.
Okay.
Yeah, from ethanol, they get distillers corn oil. It's that one's actually really coming on recently. That was a brand new one probably a couple of years ago. And then I know, distillers corn oil, I mean, they're making up 10% of the feedstock right now, maybe 5 to 10% of the feedstock. The Andersons, they recently joined us as a member. They were very heavily invested in DCO, because they had ethanol.
So actually the ethanol, part of SAF comes from DCO.
Correct, yeah, most commonly, yes. So, it's a math game with this and then state RIN scores and RIN identification numbers and credits. I'll leave it, I know, 100 yards, 1 inch deep. That's my job's operations. I don't know, I'm sure Scott Booth, our technical director, environmental science, Brian Bradley, any of these people you ever want to come speak virtually in person, let us know. We love to talk about our industry, but if there's a specific industry topic you want to talk about, let us know. I feel like I'm going too long, so I apologize. RVO proposal. So word on the street is it could be as early as tomorrow. That's my word. They promised us that it'd be out by March 31st. We proposed 5.25. They came out with robust numbers of 5.61. The rumor is it's going to be somewhere in between there, which is huge. That's a 2 billion gallon increase from the last RVO.
Also, ASA was there this morning.
They were. Yep.
And maybe they have not be early this RVO.
Yeah, that's right. This is robust. This is the largest we've ever had. Not even close. Recognize domestic feedstock availability. They realize that you're going to use all domestic feedstock, and then if you need something else.
And this sets the incentive to the fuel producer, correct?
It basically creates the demand. Saying that you have to, if you don't reach 5.61, say it's come out at 5.4, right? Well, we have 9 months. If it's March already. You have 9 months to get to 5.4 because what's going to happen whenever 2026 goes in, you're asked the RVO for 26, 27, 28, 3-year term. You haven't met your RVO for 2025. They're going to say, well, you didn't meet it. So we need these RVOs to come out. We need our production to keep up. I mean, as right now, production's, it's a little bit of decline, but these plants are ready to go. They've all invested in expansion, capacity, crush is expanded, increased, feedstock. Everyone's ready to get going, but we need the RVOs to say what that number is.
Do you see petroleum companies pushing back on these numbers?
Well, that's a great question. So the 5.25 was actually a campaign that we did with the petroleum industry because they have a lot of investments in renewable fuels. Now, the one thing that they didn't like, which is probably not going to be in there, what we've been heard, is the RIN haircut. That's probably not going to be in there for 27. That was a 50% reduction on the RIN, which is the credit score, or which is the credit for that. It's probably not going to be in there. So so they will be asked. They were mad whenever the 50% RIN was proposed. They're like, well, we helped you get this large RVO, and then they came in the back door and gave us a 50% haircut on feedstocks. That's not going to happen most likely. So they'll probably be fine with the growth of this industry because they have Marathon, P66, Valero, Chevron. There's more out there that is just going to spur more growth in the crush facility sector. Absolutely. I have a slide somewhere, and I'll get to that. Just want to quickly share this statement. I'm not going to talk too much about it. This is Jeff's slide. He just wanted to mention to me Arkansas. They had the SAF bill. Memphis up there. A lot of soybean production goes right from here to here in this area. But there's a lot of as well in Arkansas. If you have that desire, please reach out to Jeff. These are kind of the states that we're kind of monitoring right now. Jeff's program. You got the West Coast. You got there's the new low carbon fuel standard heat programs. Northeast. You got Bobby.
Final heat was what kerosene or fuel oil. That was how they heated their home oil. Heating oil.
Yeah, Bobby is heat. It's heating oil. Bioheat is our trademark for heating oil that was created by soybean farmers. That was created by you guys to help us promote the brand up there in the Northeast. 20 years of investment the soybean complex has invested into the bioheat industry. And I'll talk about doing one other not gonna talk about this, but you just see the corporate adoption. You know, there's all kinds of companies that are still trying to reduce their carbon. And in doing so, they realize that, you know, this is not a knock on electric, but electric's not there yet, right? I mean, they need fuels that are ready, available right now, and we can help this. I mean, you know, we have PepsiCo, at the conference, we had P&G, we had PepsiCo, Amazon, all those people at our conference just in January, in January in Orlando, because they want to learn more, they want to invest more, they want to know where they can find the producers that are giving the money to them. So, markets, this one we're talking about, so heat and oil, 4 billion, rail, 3.8 billion gallon market. You know, this is an emerging market. You know, we had all class 6-1 railroads have joined clean fuels last year, and they did that because they realize that we're a solution now. They all have corporate sustainability goals, right? And in doing so, they have locomotives that they've been there for 100 years. Well, they're not going to replace them with an electric locomotive. They're gonna do it now with renewable fuels. So they all have really high goals to go to B10, B20, B30. You know, all kinds of high blends for the renewable fuels. And there's marine. U.S. has about 4 billion gallons as well. So you know, just think about that: 4 billion. I mean, you can really get there if you can start. You know, one, having demand for it, but then also two, creating the fuel for it with the feedstocks. So there's a high demand for a lot. California's 4 billion gallons alone. It can be up to 4 billion gallons alone if you had to do it, you know, for that. Right now, 2.5 billion, 3 billion up to 4 billion gallon market. These are some exceptions, but the big one that I want to highlight is John Deere. Hope you guys have seen it. If not, John Deere approved B30 in all their heavy equipment, which went from B20 to B30, which is a huge step. Scott Fenwick, our technical director, is working with John Deere and other OEMs as well to maybe, you know, test out B50, B60, you know, really push those blends. And you guys go, you get OEM acceptance, you get industry acceptance. That just creates demand for the fuel. So really outlook, no demand, state clean fuels policies, market adoption, and significant growth in RFS proposal is huge. Farm security, we have about 10% of values in soybean. You know, expanding markets for clean fuels. I think that answers your question about the demand, right? I mean, why is Chevron investing in canola? Well, better seed development, genetics, on-farm practices. I mean, it's all needing more feedstock. They're all wanting more feedstock. This is a study we did. We do this every 2 years. This is our 2024 study. Now, this is based off a 5 billion gallon market, right? This is a 5 billion, $42 billion impact, 107,000 jobs, and $6 billion in wages were paid through that. I do have a stat real quick. Arkansas, that'd be about $94 million in wages in Arkansas, $260 million in value of Arkansas producers, $672 million in economic activity. So, you know, quite a robust industry. This is kind of the plant capacity. So right now we're about 7 billion gallon capacity, but we're not running 7 billion gallons. About 2 billion, that's BD. About 4.5 is what it was, but now it's about 5. The water just came out. It's about 5 billion gallons of capacity right now. And that's only about 330 billion. So you can see this map. There's a lot of producers out there. Some are, some are running, some are not running right now.
Getting close on time.
Okay. Yep. Here's your crush. You know, this just shows all the new crush facilities, expanding crush facilities. I mean, the crush facility industry has invested $6 billion in this industry in the last 24 months in order to crush more beans and keep it domestic. So today, that's 10%. On the 3rd, it was 11.45. Same day, checked it this morning, 11.98, 43 cents. And this order around 67 cents right now. So, you know, about cent, almost 2 cents more than it was yesterday. So there's definitely some uptake. Last slide, I believe, before the proposal really quick, would be 17.3 billion pounds. That's what they're expecting for 2026, 2027. Forecast is 58 cents higher for soybean oil. So, you know, it's definitely everything's trending in the right direction. If we get these RVOs out, get this rolling. Cool.
Sorry, we forgot to share the screen with the member online.
Oh, sorry. Well, you send the slides to them.
Yeah.
This is just a quick one. Projected RVOs, 2026, 14.8. We'll see RVO on 17 billion pounds. 22 billion pounds and 28 billion pounds in 2030. You know, that's assuming crush capacity comes online and these markets continue to grow. I mean, it's huge. Our first proposal is market expansion drive, $20,000 of almost $2 million project. Director of Communications, Heather Buter. Elevate visibility, drive market growth, engage and educate. And this is where we do our education promotion research or education promotion, right? We're out there, whether it's social media, whether it's in-person meetings, things like this, trade shows, all this kind of stuff, to help, target the industry and being present at these events. I always say having a seat at the table is the most important thing, right? So that would take care of our market expansion drive project. And the other project is state market environmental support. This is Jeff's checkoff side, $20,000 of a $523,000 budget. These are proposed to other soybean states and USB as well. This adds technical support, whether it's in whatever, technical support, NGOs, rulemakings, helps with the charity studies. These are, reports that we use, in order to, create information for urban areas that have high demand, and deliver, and, really ultimately what our goal is to continue adding value to this soybean bushel. So, and I want to just thank you all. Since you guys are first, I'll thank you all, but I want to thank all of our partners across the whole. A lot of them are members, a lot of them are funders. Really do appreciate the support. The last thing I want to mention, if I can, just 1 second, Kirk Mark, who's our federal policy leader, he wanted me to just share a message about, having a powerful representative in DC, Senator Boozman, right? He's the chair of the Senate Agriculture Committee. In fact, earlier this week, he held a hearing on increasing domestic consumption of U.S. grown agricultural products. ASA's President Scott Metzer from Ohio testified and spoke to the positive demand and value for soy as a result of the growing BDD market. Much of that hearing focused on biofuels, E15, 4019, the need to get robust RVOs finalized. So I know I spoke fast, and I apologize if I ran over time. There's just a lot going on in this industry right now that I want to make sure that you guys got this for.
The major change quite a bit. It's the National Biodiesel Board.
That's right.
As I recall, 10, 15 years ago, it was approved law. There's a lot more excitement now. I'll tell you that. The leak and pretty big.
The leak, it was, however, 5.61 came out a couple days ago. I got an email about it.
Our problem is, does everyone have biodiesel blends available?
Yeah, that was my next.
We have a producer in the state. Future Fuels out of Batesville, Batesville, Arkansas.
I mean, it's limited, right?
Very limited. Very. Not really offered.
Yeah.
So the thing, we hear that a lot, right? I can't find it in my state.
That's what I like.
Right.
How much does USA burn? It's a co-op. How much
That north, kind of side it back a little bit.
Well, California, you saw they use half.
California uses.
However, I'd like to mention, you guys produce it, you send it out to California, what they do, they send you money back.
That's right.
So, I'm all for, if we represent 50% of the industry, or, if 50% of the diesel pool was renewable fuels, well, you have every right to say, why am I not getting in my area? We're 8% right now, 10% sometimes. You gotta go where the market drivers are at. Right now, the low carbon fuel standard is what's driving the market. So they're paying premium for your, they're paying premium for your soybean oil. That's a good thing. And, yes, our CEO always said, you can bust me whenever we're 50% of the industry and you can't find in your backyard, then you can bust us. But right now we're trying to continue that growth.
Does the government have a policy on their use of biofuel at all?
Not that I'm aware of, but I mean, they do. It's all that state map has all these state incentives. So, there's a state incentive, but there's also a federal incentive across there. My guess is that if they can do it, they're doing it. I mean, everyone's,
there's a Corps of Engineers project, sits next on a farm. When they buy fuel, they buy 260,000 gallons a leak.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, the thing to remember is diesel, if it's under a 5% blend, you don't have to let people know. So,
yeah.
Scott Bender, our technical director, he likes to mention, like, every gallon of diesel fuel probably has renewable fuels in it. If it's over 5%, well, then you got to tell everyone. Otherwise, it's probably in there because there's an incentive to do it. There's incentives to blend renewable fuels across the country. So it's in there. So yeah, you're probably using it. You just might not know it.
Just curious. What's their policy?
So recently we heard some talk about removing some of the emission standards and maybe DEF and things kind of in the crosshairs of rolling some of this stuff back. How does that impact? You agree with that? First off, is there serious discussion about?
There is, but I don't want to get into that's probably a question for Scott Benwick, our technical director.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably when that 1 inch gets to 2 inches, 3 inches, that I don't want to answer tell you something different. It's definitely happening. Those conversations are definitely happening. But we have the data, we have the science, we have what we need.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. This is still a viable fuel,
Oh, yeah.
regardless of what.
Oh, yeah.
What
Even if that goes away, it's still better.
I was actually talking to Robert Pettit right outside, and he was mentioning, talking about, electricity, electric power and stuff like that. You see all these OEMs are backing off their commitments. Ford, they just rolled back a $6 billion investment they made in electric trucks. Because it's not there. They realize they need to, I'm hoping they bring back the F-150 diesel. They stopped making that in 2021, then they moved to electric, but they're slowly going back to those commitments as well, so.
Oh, good. Thank you so much, Brandon. Very enlightening.
All right, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. So up next, I believe, and I'd just like to welcome, Soybean board member as well on Zoom. Welcome, boys. I think next up we have Mr. Chris Smith with Wish. Chris, if you can hear us, there we go.
Boris,
Oh, I'm sorry. Boris, do you want to address?
maybe muted.
Oh, hi. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you all on our proposal today. Should I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just gonna have to share my screen here. Let's see here. All right, can you all see my presentation okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep, okay. All right, my name is Chris Slemp. I'm the director for the Africa division at the WISH program. I'll be talking about the WISH proposal, which was for $50,000 to support our market development programming in developing and emerging markets. So because my experience is primarily through the Africa division, I'll be providing a lot of examples and discussion based on that particular point of reference. So WISH exists to create new U.S. soy export markets for U.S. soybean farmers. And so a lot of our work occurs on the ground in these markets, building up industries from the ground up to create new demand and increase utilization and ultimately create new export opportunities for U.S. soy. And so we conduct market research in markets in our region, Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia and Latin America, to identify the export opportunities and then prioritize investments so that we can grow poultry industries, aquaculture industries, human food utilization, and ultimately create some trade opportunity for U.S. soy. We work in primarily the developing and emerging market spaces. This is the continuum for how we see market development and how we collaborate with our colleagues at USEC. And so that collaboration typically occurs in that emerging market space that you see there, and then expansion in mature markets are where our colleagues at USEC focus their efforts primarily. So there are several trends that I would say that make us excited about our markets and I think should make you feel optimistic about the future export opportunities about these markets. And so first off, these developing economies that we work in are growing economies. And so Africa actually dominates much of the list of the world's 20 fastest growing economies. We also see a lot of significant population growth in our regions. Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, by the year 2050, we'll have 2.5 billion people. I believe now it's about 1.6 billion. So it's a region of significant growth, and with that we have increasing middle class people, consumers that are going to be ready to purchase protein. So chicken, eggs, fish. And so we're I think in many ways getting there before a lot of that significant demand really takes off and building a lot of brand and name recognition for U.S. soy. And then also industries like aquaculture are on the rise. Africa is expanding at nearly twice the global average rate for aquaculture. And then also another opportunity, I think, is the fact that feed is a major bottleneck impairing the growth of these industries. And U.S. soy is I think, the solution for that. So I want to highlight a few of the market opportunities that you all would be investing in with a WISH investment. So Sub-Saharan Africa, we have 7 priority markets that we work throughout the entire region, responding to trade leads and opportunities throughout that large region. We're focused primarily on growing demand for eggs and chicken and fish. There's a lot of things in terms of investment going into the region. We're seeing new port expansion. We're seeing investment from large multinational feed companies that are recognizing the opportunity in the region. Companies like Olam and DeHues are building up large feed mills in East and West Africa. Our Cambodia region for our Asia team or our Cambodia country for our Asia region has been an important market. So they're just wrapping up at the end of this month a $19 million investment in that country focused on developing the aquaculture value chain, and we're going to continue to leverage that $19 million investment with additional programming in that country to continue to expand that aquaculture industry and even capitalize on some opportunities that we see as far as U.S. soy getting into Vietnam, how that product can make that jump to its neighboring country, Cambodia. Our Asia team is also working on identifying new opportunities in Central Asia. In 2022, they did their first market assessments in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, understanding the opportunities there. And I think that a lot of their work aligns quite nice with U.S. State Department strategy in that region and some of the increasing investment that we're seeing from companies like Tyson Foods, for example, that are trying to access that market. So that is another area that we're excited about. And so, what's in it for Arkansas soybean farmers? Well, first of all, the opportunity for market diversification. So that's at least 20 markets between Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. There's the opportunity to leverage funding that we get from other funding sources like USB and USDA. So you're not going in this alone. It's an opportunity to, I think, get a good kind of bang for your buck and leverage that other funding that we're bringing in. We've been doing this work since the year 2000, and we do have opportunities for grower leader travel to the regions so that you can see how your investments are making a difference for U.S. soy. And so just to highlight before I wrap up the presentation here, so we are asking for $50,000 in general funding to support our market development programming, creating new markets for U.S. soy through market development efforts in the poultry, aquaculture, and human food sectors, positioning yourselves as leaders in frontier markets. And so I would just like to say thank you for your time today and your consideration for our proposal.
Thanks, Chris. I can give an experience that I had. I went to Cambodia in 22 or 23 with WISH, and at the time they were feeding rice bran, rice scraps, scrap food, anything they could feed to the fish. Tilapia was one of the markets, but then they were also taking snakehead, which is their preferred fish of choice, and which I think is an omnivore, carnivore, and they were actually teaching it how to eat soybean. That's pretty cool at the universities. Now, obviously, as y'all can imagine, a lot of these you have to do a lot of upfront work with the government. So first of all, they see maybe for everybody doing here, but it's pretty amazing once they get them in, and then you start training all of the people on the value of soybean meal, as far as a feedstock, and it's pretty wild. Great program. So thank you. Any other questions for Chris? Anyway, and I would love if one of our fellow board members here got an opportunity to see one of those projects. So be in person, because nothing like in person.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Brad, for sharing that experience. And yeah, we would really value your all's participation in one of our next grower leader opportunities. I don't. We don't have any on the calendar yet for this year, but typically we're looking at doing some towards the summertime. So we can certainly share those with you all. And yeah, your example is I think really paints a good picture of how we work and the type of investment that's needed to build those new market opportunities.
Great, thank you. Anything else? All right, well, appreciate it, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot. You all have a great day.
Good. All right, do we have USMEF on the line? John, is it
Yes.
you?
Yep, can you hear me?
Go for it.
Okay, let me share my screen here. And we'll start here. Okay, can you see my screen okay?
Sir.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for the opportunity today. My name's John Henners, and I'm on staff with the U.S. Meat Export Federation. And I understand we've got a few minutes, so we'll go ahead and get started here with my first slide here. But a little background on myself. Born and raised on a corn and soybean, cattle and hog farm in western Iowa. I've been with the international side of the Meat Export Federation for about 25 years. So worked very closely with the soybean industry. And for those that don't know a lot about the Meat Export Federation, what we do is we export beef, pork, and lamb. Much of what we export are variety meats, items that we don't get paid for as much here in the United States, the liver, the stomachs, and so forth. We have 9 sectors of agriculture that make up this organization, 300 members that belong to the Meat Export Federation. And essentially, we're a non-profit organization with the main goal of putting U.S. meat on the world's table. So started in 1976. We have 20 international locations. We are headquartered in Denver, Colorado, with an office here. But primarily what we do is outside the United States, much like on the soybean side, we're based much like USEC in that organization. When we look at what we provide as an organization, we provide a service to those that are actually doing the business. When you look at our 300 member organizations, about 45% of the members are actually doing sales of U.S. beef, U.S. pork, and U.S. lamb. As I mentioned, we are governed by a set of officers, and we have 9 sectors of agriculture that make up the Meat Export Federation. Corn and soybeans certainly have a seat at our board of directors with an executive position around our board, and then the other 7 are beef, pork, lamb, agribusiness, farm bureau organizations, packing and processing, and purveyors and traders. Our officers are Jay Tyler, he's our chairman. He's with AgriBeef. Dave Bruntz is our chair-elect. He comes through the Nebraska Corn Board. Vice chairman is Darren Parker, and then Ross Havens is a cattle producer from Iowa. So kind of gives you a little background on our organization. We've got a very strong relationship with USDA. We do apply for market access program funding. And I would say that the industry contribution really helps position U.S. Meat Export Federation into an opportunity to enable us to get these market access program funding. So in essence, we're taking a soybean dollar and utilizing that to actually turn it into about $4 from a promotion standpoint. We carry on market development activities throughout the world. At any given time, you can find U.S. beef, pork, or lamb in one of 80 countries around the world. When you look at our expansion areas, I would say our growth areas would be in West Africa, and then in addition to that, the ASEAN region. We've been in Japan since 1977. That was our first international office. And I would tell you, Mexico is a huge market for U.S. pork. About 42% of our pork exports are going to Mexico right now. So we've got to keep that market open. When you look at what it means to a value per head, it's about $400 on the beef animal. Japan and Korea are two key markets. Korea is your number one market. It's a $2 billion market. Mexico, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan. We're trying to diversify. Those other markets are worth about $63. And if I look at the hog industry, about $65 on a market hog can be attributed to pork exports. We export about 50 pounds of that carcass, and about 10 of those pounds are variety meats. So kind of gives you an idea of what we send outside the United States. Mexico is your number one market, as I mentioned. We are in the midst of an anti-dumping case right now with Mexico, but we're investing a lot of money in trying to fight that case and kind of keep things rolling. What does it mean for you as a soybean producer? We have what we call a value of export study that we paid an outside organization to do this. Dave Jude from World Perspective started this study back in 2014. It's a snapshot, but just on those animals, on pork alone, those pork animals that we export the meat from consume about 100 million bushels of soybeans, roughly actually 98.8 million to be precise. And in essence, and you look at an average last year in 2025, the average bushel of soybeans was about $10.17. So we've, as an organization, through that study, has a positive impact of about $1.05 per bushel on those soybeans. So we have state-specific numbers for Arkansas. We'll have them out to you probably here next week. I will mention that our 2 meetings a year, we have a spring conference. It's going to be held in Oklahoma City this year, May 20th to 22nd, and then we'll be celebrating our 50th anniversary November 11th through the 13th in Palm Springs, California. With a membership that we are seeking, Arkansas Soybean will have a seat at the table. They will have one voting right if you choose to exercise that. If not, you can have a proxy to where the Farm Bureau or another entity you can give that proxy to any other organization to vote for you should you deem that necessary. But we always like to have representation from the organizations that belong to Meat Export Federation. And at this time, I would be more than willing to take any questions that you might have. I will say that, anytime that we send a ham outside the United States, whether it's going to Mexico or Colombia or wherever, that ham, for example, is about 17 pounds of soybean meal every time we export that ham. So, we're excited about that. I think those are some things that we're able to add some positive impact for the soybean producers that belong and help us promote U.S. beef, pork, and lamb outside the United States. So with that, I'll just take any questions you might have, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity for your time today.
So John, I have a question. Most of the meats that are exported are frozen in containers. Is that right?
I would say yes and no. When you look at what we send to Mexico, those are all fresh combos. So if they're processing pork in St. Joe, Missouri, that pork's put into a bin, about a 2,000-pound plastic bin. You guys are all in the seed industry. You've seen the totes that go in when you're planting soybeans. Picture that, a tote of hams. That will go in fresh. That will not be frozen. So majority of everything that we export to Mexico is fresh, not frozen, and that will go in for primarily further processing. It's our goal to sell chilled pork into Japan because we get a premium for that, and chilled beef going into Japan and Korea and Taiwan. We'll get a premium for those products as well. So shelf life's a little longer on beef than it is on pork, but we're making headways and getting a longer shelf life on pork. But chilled is where you're going to get your premium. We're competing with Brazil right now. Brazilian pork coming into some markets like Central America is frozen. Brazil's trying to get a foothold into Mexico. That product's all frozen. So we've got an advantage of having chilled, because if it goes in frozen, you got to slack it out and thaw it out, and that takes time and energy in order to do so. It could be cheaper, but the minute you freeze it, you lose some meat quality.
Any other questions? Have we ever had a USME closed? Anybody, Boyce or BJ online? Any questions?
Nope, good.
Thank you, John. We certainly appreciate you presenting today.
Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate for everything you do, and have a safe planting season. Okay. Have a great day. Thank you. I'll try to figure out how to get off this call. So thank you.
All right. So next up I have Soybean Association Yield Challenge. Don Howland with that.
Good morning.
Morning.
You guys haven't done yet?
Oh,
The beginning of your 2 days? I'm Dawn Howe. I'm married to Otis Howe, who most of you know, but I also work for the Arkansas Soybean Association. And technically I work for the Southwest Soybean Council that contracts with the Arkansas Soybean Association and the Mid-South Soybean Board to do some of the research and work. One of the projects that you guys have funded for years is the Grow for the Grain Soybean Yield Challenge. And it began in 2010 as a race for 100. You know, who was going to be the first producer in Arkansas to hit 100 bushels? Well, it didn't happen for 3 years. And then in 2013, we got 3 of them. Since then, we have 46 members of the 100 bushel club. And the contest itself has transitioned to the Grow for the Grain, and we still recognize new 100 bushel members. We began as a program to recognize and award Arkansas producers who've developed management programs that result in high grain yield by region. And the second goal would be to see in Arkansas in the different regions and disseminate the information to the public and to other producers that can help. The format is we've got 7 regional divisions. We have 1 statewide conventional region. And then we were getting so many champions that kept competing in the regional divisions that we moved them into a separate category. So the champions compete against themselves. The prizes per division: first place, $7,500, $5,000, $2,500 for second, third. Champion division, we will award 1 prize for $5,000. And new 100 bushel people, if we have 5, they split $5,000. Last year we had 3 and they split $5,000. And then they get a trip to Commodity Classic to try and, you know, work on their education skills and learn what else is out there, what else they might do to increase their yields. Since 2013, we've worked with the communications group and for the last few years, and we publish the results. They're also posted on the promotion board website. They also help us do the entries, you know, printing and publishing those. And it's also on the Arkansas Soybean Association. So they also help a lot with the advertising, you know, on their social media. The results are announced, we keep them all quiet, which is hard to do in Arkansas because you know what I got last week when I harvested. But we've got the county agents in on it, and so nobody knows. You know, I send them letters and say, you are among the winners. Please come to the annual meeting and get your award. And Jeremy Ross announces them at the meeting. They get a plaque and they get their check. For 2026, we're asking for $206,000 for the program. The majority of it goes to the prizes for the winners. If we don't have a winner in the division, we don't have a third place. Last year, our entries were down. There was a rough spring. Entries were down, so therefore harvesting reports were down. So we had some open slots that we didn't fill. Then the remainder goes to, and we don't, so well, you don't have to pay that money. Remainder of the request is for commodity classic expenses. We've had 200 bushel dinners, just a chance to, you know, let the guys get together and visit and chat and, you know, sponsorship of the annual meeting where we do the awards, and you guys also provide lunch at that meeting. Advertising and administrative expenses. Any questions?
Have we reached the peak yield?
No, because what was the top yield, Jeremy? It was 120.
132, I think. We had 132 this year?
No, it was several years ago.
4 years.
And that one is still standing. The highest this year was, they were like 103, 105. So, I mean, you know, they can still bump it up.
So, was it Georgia has the US record, but their plot size is different, is that right, Jeremy?
I believe so.
They can do, we do a 5 acre, is that right?
Ours is 5 to 7 acres, and the reason it's set at that is because it's, you know, when you harvest, it's one container. So you're not trying to, you know, have to weigh multiple containers and, you know, then you bring in an element of error and, you know, human error and all that. You know, I get calls from county agents, do I really have to sit here at the elevator until they weigh it? Yes, you do. Right. Unless it's overnight, then I'll give them a, you know, give them a break. But yeah, it's, you know, we say that you guys fund the program, the extension service helps with the producers and managing it, and then I do all the interior work, paperwork.
We do evaluate the rules each year, so as y'all have concerns or thoughts on the rules, they can be changed from year to year.
Anything else? Short and sweet.
Thank you so much. Next, we have ASU. Do we have some representative from ASU from Newport? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. So we on Zoom.
Thank you all for having it. I'm Lily Gillis, and this is the guy that we are head instructor in the Newport for the Ag Technology Program. And so our proposal is, for our campus to hold a community ag day, on the Newport campus, and we chose November, one, because that's our governor proclaimed soybean month for Arkansas. I know it's the 100th year of soybeans in Arkansas. It's your birthday. We're celebrating your birthday, and it's actually ASU Newport's 50th anniversary. So we thought we could tie all that in together and do something in the month of November to promote soybeans, not just in Jackson County, but Arkansas together. So our purpose is to increase public awareness and the importance of soybeans. Our goal is to, we have a large area outside that we can set up different tent stations and things like that, to provide the hands-on learning experiences about soybeans, importance of agriculture, sustainability. This would engage our K-12 students our access and other students at ASU 40, we could pull in community members also, industry, farmers, all, FFA. There can be a lot of people that can come in, and promote agriculture. So again, our total audience, we're hoping for around 200 participants. It would be during a school day so that schools could bus their students over. Again, and those would be, our target audience. Again, soy planting stations, where we could have some soybeans and have the little cups that they could go and watch soybeans grow at home. A lot of our students, we do go to our elementaries. They do not know where their food comes from. They do not know how things are grown. They do not understand the process. So we would like to get them involved in that to see what we do, what the farmers do. Soil health and composting station. We have just purchased some small composting, but we want that whole circle to go. So they plant it, and then if there's things left over, how we compost, so we put that back in the ground for natural fertilizers and things like that. We also work with our culinary program at ASU Newport, so we could have them also involved with that to do taste testing. The students could vote on different things. Maybe some of our students or faculty could cook different things, and that way they could judge that. Again, educational booths for food products, soy innovation, and then we have family friendly. We would love for parents to come out too if they could be involved, because it's a lot of people think it's just they go to the farm. That's what it is. It's row crop. But there's so many other jobs. There's so many other ways to promote agriculture. And students just don't understand that that's what's out there available. So we want to support the public awareness beyond farming communities. Highlight the role of nutrition, sustainability, promote soil restoration and conservation practices. So again, as far as workforce, it's not just going back out and, being on the tractor, which is what we teach there, but there's also banking, there's also so many other seed and chemical sales, transportation, and then sustainability. And so our program cross collaborates with our commercial driver training. We've actually just put that back into our program, so students are required to have that before they graduate. Culinary again, so we work together with them. We're in the middle of farm initiative, so we grow some vegetables and things on our campus. We take it to culinary. Their students are able to, prepare food with that, plates with that, and then if there's any waste, it comes back to us as compost. We put it back in our garden. So we're saving money there. But again, people may not understand that you can do that and have that full circle, even if it's just a garden, not just soybeans. So that's our what we want to do. And diesel technology again, if you're going to have those 18-wheelers and trailers on your farm, they can have those extra jobs in the winter when farming slows down, and they may want to, and move seed during the winter time. So we want people to understand what all it takes in agriculture while promoting our soybean farmers. And so for this project, we're asking for $11,000, which would support materials and signage, infrastructure such as tents, tables, booths, that type of thing. Yes, educators, demonstrations, if the community wanted to come in and do that. Educational giveaways, student worker support, and then community promotion and outreach, which would be our marketing to get people involved and know that it's going to be on campus. We have a grant management team. Actually would be involved with that, so we wouldn't just take the money. There would never be proof of what we've done with it. So we would have the reports, the attendance photos, and then we could give that back to you all of how many people were there, what we were able to, accomplish. We would all the schools maybe go back, say in December and before Christmas break and see what they thought. Did they learn anything? And just keep our faces out there too, along with promoting the agriculture. So the outcome again is strengthening ag awareness, our workforce pathways in agriculture, and then community engagement. So that is what we have. Questions?
Any questions? And is this a new ag day? Have y'all had an agricultural day?
We have not.
Okay.
We have not. We have a fall festival, a community fall festival, on the campus in October, and we just kind of, we promote our little program and put some tractors and things out there, so that, because it is harvest season, but we have not had an actual ag day.
Do you have other sponsored training?
Not yet.
Yeah. We don't plan on
We would,
reaching out.
we would like to reach out. We partner with, you know, Greenlanders, local partners that we have in our community that we do reach out to. So it wouldn't just be this, we would like to get as many involved as we can.
Seems like it'd be a great recruiting tool for your college. Yeah.
Well,
It's out there.
it would, but I mean, even the young students, like I said earlier, there's so many, especially in Jackson County, in our school system that just do not understand. So it's not just recruiting for, I mean, it's also for, you know, I know they're young, but there may be high school kids too that want to get involved in agriculture. They may be your next worker, you know, employee. So we want this to we want it to, help everybody, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But yes, it would be a good recruiting tool also.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Next up, we'll have Miss Dr. Julie Robinson. I'm sorry. Christy. Sorry, I jumped ahead. You're next, Julie. Sorry about that. Thought maybe you wanted to get up, do a little exercise. To the Point County Ag Day. The floor is yours.
I'm Christy Wagley. I'm the Family Consumer Science and 4-H Youth Development agent in Ponce County. And of course, Michael Cheney is newly moved over to our county, so he's passing around something I'm going to explain here in just a second. But I came to talk to you about our Ag Day. We've had these Ponce County Ag Days since 2017. So we've done it for 8 years. We skipped 1 year with COVID. So this past year we did Ag Day, and we were very grateful to receive some funds from Soybean Board for that. We used those to purchase some t-shirts. So I'll pass around a t-shirt, was that on front for Ag Day, and of course our, pass that around if anyone wants to look at that. We typically over the past 7 years have had around 250 to 350 kids at our Ag Day. So last year we asked for some funding to support our ag education at Ag Day based on that number. And what we wanted to do was just encourage all of those things that everyone else has probably talked about all day. You know, introducing the agricultural practices in our community, focusing specifically on things in Poinsett County to include soybeans, but we also have other booths there. We have Greenway came out this past year. We had tractors that they could see, have crop area where they can get to touch and feel different types of crops that are grown across the county. Game and Fish comes out and does a food. The Rice Research Center is out there. So just a whole variety of different things. We even have some animals out there for a little petting zoo. But we did grow this year, in this past year, just exponentially. So we gear this towards 2nd and 3rd graders across the county, and we normally have about half of the classes participate. This past year, we had 619 people at our Ag Day, 534 youth. That was pretty much every 2nd and 3rd grader enrolled in public school across the entire county. And we bust into our Main Street Learning Park, which is next to the Extension office. And we have 10 stations set up, and they just rotate through about 6-minute rotations. So you can see some pictures here. They're in their Ag Day t-shirts. They all came this past year. They had some water bottles with the Ag Day and soybean logos on it.
Our job is to encourage agriculture, so we want them to get their hands on the grain. We want them to actually see the drone and what it does to be able to, and that aspect of technology. So we want these kids to get a full aspect of agriculture from start to finish.
So it's been very well received by the schools. We do host it in October, which is a busy field trip time, which is why the numbers have fluctuated in the past. But we were lucky enough to get everyone last year. You don't see it here, but they have water bottles with them. And that created a little bit of a problem for the schools because those water bottles that we purchased last year have to be washed and sanitized, and then the water had to be chilled and carried around. And so we have a solution that we'd like to propose for this year. We'd like to add some hydration stations. And so we have a suggestion here. This is just a ice chest with a sling top, doesn't have to be this brand, but this personalized cover here is made out of SeaDeck material. And that's what we passed around there with the soybean logo. So we'd like to add in some extra tents with a hydration stop for the kids and just go back to using little disposable 8-ounce water bottles that they can throw away. It doesn't present the problem of transporting back and forth to the schools, keeping up with who's and all that. And also it will build in a little break for our exhibitors because it's a lot when you have 600 people rotating through an event nonstop during the day. So we'd like to get some ice chests, put the logo on it, and do t-shirts again this year. Michael, anything to add?
I would also like to add, the t-shirt is teenager approved. I have one that I got last year, and my 16-year-old and my 14-year-old son, they fight over who can wear it to school. I think it's great for the soybean brush board because we're actively able to promote soybean and what you guys do, also agriculture in the school system as well as across our community. So being able to have that aspect where kids goes back and goes, hey, this rice helps make Rice Krispies. It's more than just rice that you see on the side of the table. You ever thought about these soybeans help to make tires? Though minds were blown, kids were open to an aspect of how we can promote agriculture in a time that's extremely important for you guys as producers, but also for the ag industry in general.
Thought we were gonna be green with the water bottles, but kind of hit a little bit of a challenge, so.
Yeah, it was quite a logistical problem because we brought something in that then the schools were required to go through that 3-compartment sink process and sanitize, and then every bottle had to air dry. So asking them to air dry 215 water bottles and then have them filled and chilled in their walk-in coolers, we thought it made perfect sense, but we did learn. You can always learn.
So I want to open the floor to any questions. Do you guys have any questions for us?
I thought the attendance was great. I mean, it's just been steady increase and I participated. You have all volunteers come in. I think you've even had either 4-H or FFA come in and help. And I think that is an additional benefit to the program.
Yeah, we did use a lot of youth volunteers. Truman Schools sent their teacher education program students out to help rotate kids around, and so they had an extra chaperone with each class, which is great because they brought over 200 kids along, so that was really helpful. And then we also had FFA students from Harrisburg who were there to help with rotations, activities, getting the kids to the buses, that sort of thing. We had a lot of crossover with the timing since we increased our numbers so dramatically.
That helpful with the required volunteer hours?
No.
Well,
But for the Harrisburg kids, yes.
Yeah.
For the Truman kids, no, but they were able to use it for teacher observation hours, which are required for their program.
Yeah.
But because Truman came during the school day for a class, they couldn't count it as volunteer, but they counted it as observations. Harrisburg, those kids were checked out of school, so they could count it as volunteer on their paper.
So because of that, we can sign a sheet or whatever, approve that they did it for their hours.
Yeah.
And in the past, we've had some homeschool kids come. We didn't have them this year, but they have come as well to get volunteer hours and help with it.
Well, if you're ever traveling through Harrisburg, the county extension office is right on the major highway there, and the learning park is 3 lots that were either purchased or donated to the extension office and landscaped, and it's a pretty cool.
And in that aspect of the park, we're trying to not only showcase horticulture, but we also want to showcase, different aspects for sensory. We have sensory garden for people with disabilities, and we have it accessible for all types of, there for teaching and education purposes there. So it's a great opportunity if you ever get a chance, come out and see us.
And I would envision the ice chest being utilized out at that Main Street Learning Park for other events besides Ag Day as well, so that promotional material will be present when we do like an outdoor cooking class or spring break day camp, other things, maybe not necessarily directed at ag and soybean, but those ice chests with those logos will be out there at those events as well.
Anything else? Anybody? Thank you guys so much.
Thank
you. Julie, I jumped in there, I'm sorry, I'll let Chris Henry go, I apologize, my itinerary didn't have Chris on, and I see Chris is on in person, so. Henry, you go ahead.
You have a presentation?
Working on it?
Okay. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow, but today I'm asking you for some promotion funding for our irrigation contest, our most crop per drop contest. This is the 9th year of irrigation contest. We give $10,000 away for the winners, or you give the money directly to the winners. Then we run the program in the research part of the project, but this request just goes for the first, second, and third place winners for the irrigation contest. So because it's going directly to the farmers, we separate it from the research request. For 2025, I wanted to just mention the winners. The first place winner for this year was John Allen McGraw, 75 bushels per acre, 3.5 bushels per inch out of Star City. He's won our contest before, but finally placed first. He's a big fan of a lot of the things that we do in the research program, the watermark sensor app that you also fund, and pipe planner, and just really thinks about water. And then if you go to the next slide, the second, third place winners are new people. Zach Brown, 101 bushel per acre, 3.19 bushels per inch, and Ty Graham, 86.65 bushels per acre and 3.8 bushels per inch water use efficiency out of Tuckerman. If you know any of these guys, you might give them a pat on the back and congratulate them. They're kind of from all over. So that's what I'm asking for. If you have any questions, or I can answer questions tomorrow when I'm there in the morning. So,
Dr. Henry, that is irrigation water only, correct? You're not calculating for any rainfall that fell on your.
No, we do. It's yield. So they have to cut a roughly 3 acre, basically a truckload, a couple passes, and then it's total water. So we measure the flow with a flow meter, and then we use a computer model from Farm Logs, actually one of our sponsors, to track the rainfall. And we've done a lot of work with that to make sure that's reliable and consistent. And that makes everybody on the same playing field, because it's really hard to measure rainfall with rain gauges at different sites. The model does a remarkably good job, and we benchmark it against weather stations that we've done. We did it for several years to benchmark them against weather stations we knew were well maintained on the rain. So that's how we get the total water use efficiency. It's a little low last year. Normally we've got some people break the 4 bushels per inch. That's actually been kind of the mark. We didn't have anybody beat 4 bushels, and as we've gone through the contest, people have started to beat that 4 bushels per inch in soybeans. But last year was kind of a dry, tough year, and as you can see from the results, nobody hit that 4 bushels per inch. So there's a big weather component to the irrigation contest as well. Again, it's most crop per drop. How much can they do on the least amount of water?
So
What's the average as a benchmark? Is there an average?
Oh yeah, it's probably around that 3 range. Well, probably less than 3. I mean, it's highly variable, right?
Yeah.
Because some people do really good with irrigation. Some people think the irrigation contest is about how much I can irrigate. But some of these guys have really figured it out. They can get by with they really watch the sensors and the crop and just wait as long as they can. And then what we've learned is these spillover effects of the contest. There's only about 100 plus people in the contest, but they're active on social media and they talk to their peers. And we've influenced, we know from the survey we've done, over about 2/3 of the irrigators have now adopted irrigation water management practice or know about the contest through some spillover effect and have made some change on their farm because of the irrigation contest. So we don't want everybody in the contest, but we want enough, and that seems to spill over. So even people that aren't in the contest seem to benefit or learn from the contestants.
Yeah, and somebody who's not doing that, how much do they use compared to people that are watching it close?
Sometimes we will use it may not always be fair because some of the people in the verification programs are in our contests, but we look at the verification program and we look at the contest. But remember, they're thinking about water in the contest, and the verification farmers are not always thinking about water. It may not be a major focus. We generally use around 12 to 18 inches on soybeans, and most of these guys are getting down into the 6 to 9, 12 lesson rate. We're easily cutting 30% off with it. I need to probably go through the report that we published, the research series report in the soybean research series. We summarize all this, the adoption rates, what the water use from the contest is. We look at the history. There's information on the history in our report. I mean, I can provide that to you. I'm talking off the top of my head because I don't remember. These numbers get mungled in my head between the different crops.
Sure, I was just curious if it was, say half, 50% of the water compared to standard practices that most everybody does, or if it's a third. I was just curious high level.
It's usually when you use some kind of irrigation water management practice, we're getting at least a third, or some people are doing a more than that. It really depends on how active they are. But I'll talk about that tomorrow if you want. I'll bring you some numbers tomorrow when I'm there and give you some more information.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? We certainly appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, next up we have Dr. Johnson.
I have trust issues at this point. Yeah, we'll start with soybean science. Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Julie Robinson with the Division of Agriculture, and I've got two projects that I'm sorry.
Don't stop, sorry, I'm telling them to go around the other door. Apologize.
I've got two proposals to bring before the board this morning. The first one is the Soybean Science Challenge. Soybean Science Challenge is a project that y'all have funded for about 12 years now, and we focus on high school students who are student researchers with their regional science fairs, and then hopefully they go on to state science fair, and we provide a cash award for our student researchers with projects around soybeans and agriculture sustainability. That's how the project started. It has grown to also include, we developed curriculum for high school science teachers, meeting state standards according to the Arkansas Department of Ed, and we cover several different science areas, including, of course, natural resources, biology, chemistry, physics, computer science. So trying to show teachers that they can incorporate agriculture and soybeans into just general science classes. And then we also have the Grow Your Own Protein program, where school gardens, church gardens, community gardens can get edamame seed from us to plant in their gardens, as long as they're not selling it for profit, just to show that they can grow edamame, they can grow soybeans, and it's a really good source of protein that they can grow locally. If you go to the next slide, it's, I think, hopefully got some updated numbers. Yeah. So 64,000 people reached. We've got 98 that enrolled in the online course, which are students that have to enroll in the online course before they can qualify for the Soybean Science Award at their regional or state science fair. 48 student projects for 2026. We're actually not quite done. The only fair that we have left now is State Science Fair, and that is at the end of the month. So, but most of our projects that win at the regional science fair do well enough in the overall science fair that they go on to state. And then we've had 168 school and community gardens. And then you can see some of our outreach with press articles.
Not much of our budget has changed. I think it increased by about 2,000, and that's mostly because the staff member that supports the program got a raise this last year, so that's to account for their increase in salary. But most of our rewards are staying the same, and our budget for supplies and materials is staying the same. So, any questions on soybean science?
Julie, just let the board know we're always looking for volunteers to help judge.
Yes, yes. And I've hit up the Doyles a couple times, but none of you are safe. If the regional science fair is in your part of the state, yeah, we'll hit you up for sure. Some of these students, I mean, I would love for y'all to get to interact with them because they're really impressive. Like, I don't necessarily worry about the future. They're going to take really good care of us because they are leaps and bounds above where I was. I don't know what y'all were doing when you were in high school, but I wouldn't do that. I was probably trying not to get arrested, but anyway. But any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Ross. Yeah. Okay. Second project is the Arkansas Future Ag Leaders Tour. So this is a project that y'all have also generously funded in the past. This is for students, but this is for college students, targeting college juniors and seniors. This year I am looking at expanding to graduate students because we do have a lot of graduate students that ask and want to participate. But last year we actually moved it to the fall. And that was a little bit of a timing thing. This year, I was actually able to get several of the faculty and staff in some of the colleges, UA Fayetteville, Arkansas, University of Arkansas at Humboldt, Arkansas Tech, and ASU to get to go. And that was a little bit strategic because in the past, those faculty and staff that interact with the students every day have the biggest pull to get them to encourage them to go on the tour. So we did adjust it a little bit, but this year we'll move it back to the normal May dates, which hits the week right after graduation, but before hopefully like internships or summer jobs or anything like that starts. I have gotten funding from in addition to the 5,000 masking from y'all from the Rice Board and the Corn and Grains Working Board. It's a joint effort, but same format as years past. It's a week-long tour. We work on workplace readiness skills, things that we think that they're going to graduate from undergrad with, that they don't necessarily always graduate with. So we incorporate that throughout the week. But then they travel the state, learning about Arkansas agriculture production issues, policy, and then interact with potential employers as they go throughout the week. And the $5,000 covers, I'm trying to make it free for all students so that cost is a barrier. And so the cumulative $15,000 is for lodging, the bus, the tour bus, and food. Although we do normally, knock on wood, pretty well at getting most of our meals sponsored by several of the host companies or organizations that we visit. So that's what the dollars are going toward, is to try to keep it free for the students. Any question? Oh, I have another slide, but these are pictures, or no, these are evaluation results, and then the next slide maybe is pictures of some of the stops that they do. So just trying to get a diverse outlook of agriculture in Arkansas. We don't have enough days to hit all four corners of the state, but we always hit Northeast and around the Stuttgart area. But then some years we do Northeast, Northwest, and anyway, we try to move it around so that it's not the same thing every year. So any questions on ag leaders?
First project, how would one access that curriculum?
The curriculum, so it's on our website. It's uax.uava.edu/what's up. and it'll take you to the webpage, and it's got all the info about the science fairs, it's got all the curriculum, it's got the grow your own protein, where you can request seed. It's also got our seed storefront, where students can request seed for their projects for free. And they've got a couple different options from our soybean breeding program. Yes, sir. And I can send that to distribute to the board if y'all want to go check it out.
I'm sure we've got farmer volunteers here who would welcome us to stop by their shop.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, you can see, here's one that we, that's the Daxon's step art, but, I saw a picture last week where it was clean, their shop was cleaner than that. But that's pretty standard stuff. It's good for the students to see that. And I keep trying to get a stop at, there in Waldenburg, but, somebody's never there.
Oh, trying. Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right. I see our FFA representatives are here, and looks like you guys are up next.
Hello everyone, my name is Julianne Stacks. I'm the Arkansas FFA State President.
Hi, my name is Roxy Shute, and I'm the Arkansas FFA Eastern District Vice President.
And we are so excited to be here today.
So just some beginning numbers about Arkansas FFA, and some quick facts. We are the premier youth agricultural education and leadership organization, and we are in over 80% of school districts across the state. We currently have 18,228 FFA members, and there's 26,500 students enrolled in an agricultural education course. We have 338 ag teachers across the state and 217 FFA chapters.
With an investment of $100,000, we can encourage agricultural promotion through high visibility for the next generation. Agricultural education would be allotted $29,500. Career development and success would be allotted $25,500, and leadership development would be allotted $45,000.
Some more specifics on where these funds would be going. For ag education, it would be going to help fund the Ag Science Fair, which is where members do research and agricultural research and then present on it. Student and teacher training at our new agricultural mechanics lab, so some professional development, and then the Arkansas Youth Institute and World Food Prize. For career development and success, it will be going to the career pathway and career development event support. So those are the hands-on career development competitions that they do, like electricity, mechanics, livestock judging, and then some scholarships. And then for leadership development, it would be helping fund the Arkansas Leadership Conference, which happens every single summer at Camp Couchdale, and then a new classroom for the Marion D. Fletcher Leadership Center.
Since y'all be supporting us, the least we can do is show gratitude through our state FFA convention, which hosts almost 4,000 members. You will get to give greetings towards our FFA members, guests, and advisors. Logo placement would be on our convention t-shirts. There will be an annual report on our website and mobile app recognition. There will be signage throughout the entire Hot Springs Convention Center for our FFA convention. There will be a premium booth space at the expo, so really, really nice spot there. And then a promotional video will be played during 4 of our pre-sessions. So with a $100,000 investment, we'll be promoting agriculture through high visibility for the next generation.
Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. Do you all have any questions?
Questions online? Thank you guys for being here, presenting that.
Thank you so much for allowing us.
Thank you. Are y'all done, or are you presenting the joint commodity conflict opportunity as well?
No, I'm the chairman of Arkansas FFA Foundation. I'm just here with these ladies.
I saw you guys at San Antonio. You want to maybe just say a little quick comment about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You might, if you don't mind, just maybe mention what all we did and so they can.
So this past 2 weeks ago, excuse me, 2 weeks ago, we had the opportunity to travel on down to San Antonio, Texas, and go to the Commodity Classic. We were supported by the Soybean Promotion Board, the Corn and Grain Soybean Promotion Board. It was a great opportunity for the state officers and I. All 6 of us were able to go. I don't know about the rest of the world, but that was my first time in San Antonio. It was an opportunity for us to network with other agricultural industry, network among the agricultural industry with different commodities. So since we were supported by the Soybean Promotion Board, we learned a little bit about soybean promotion in Arkansas and how we can kind of support that. Not only did we just get to network, but we got to learn more about commodities because I'm from a cow-calf operation background, so I don't have a whole lot of crop production in my bloodlines, and I know that Roxy's from where there is lots of crop production, but she's also from cow-calf. So coming from cattlemen to crop production, getting to see the agricultural industry in a new perspective was a great opportunity, and I learned a lot. And some of it went over my head, but some of it that I'll keep in mind so that I can help educate other agriculturalists, and not only just like other agriculturalists, but the future of agriculture through FFA and state officers. Because there's so many FFA members that are in North Arkansas that do have crop production and are involved in all of that. So it gave all of us the ability to discuss stuff with them so that we could have that talking point with them and kind of be educated, but get to help educate them in some aspects.
For the other states, to don't run in the other state.
Texas?
Yeah, I think the only other state officer team that was there was the Texas state officers, and they were only there for a day, and only 2 of them came. But kind of going off of what Julianne said, it was my first time in San Antonio too. I think it was my entire team's first time in San Antonio. And not only did we get to learn, about crop production, but to see all of the innovation that they had going on there was amazing. Like, it blew my mind. I got to sit in some different talks about different products. I got to hear about the NASA talk, actually, which after your talk, we went and visited the NASA booth to learn more about it. That was amazing. So just really seeing what everyone's doing in precision ag is really, really amazing.
So the 2 Texas, I guess it was state president, vice president, introduced Secretary Burt Rollins on stage. So, but we were pretty proud. I think you guys got to meet several. Yeah, and along with the 4-H officers who were there. Yeah. It was a great opportunity. It is mind-blowing, as you said, to see that, all the technology on the stage. So we were so happy to support. I believe the Corn could say the same. So thank you guys. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Y'all are welcome. We're about to break for lunch, and y'all are welcome to stay and have lunch with us if you have time. So.
If I could, again, my name's Eric Hughes. I'm the chairman of the Arkansas FFA Foundation. I'm from Arkadelphia, but I did want to invite you to the annual Arkansas FFA State Convention, which will be held April 20th through the 22nd at the Hot Springs Convention Center. We'd love to have you there.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments?
Thank you so much.
At this time, it looks like we have scheduled a lunch break and then also remind you, if you want to take a photo, we're going to go away from the first words and do a nice, as you are, updated photo. So where would that photo be taking place?
Be down the hall towards that far corner on the left.
Okay, so you could schedule that sometime within the lunch break. Well, let's do that one. Yeah, looks like we are scheduled to come back in 39 minutes, so we'll probably be back in here for the 12:39 proposal. Does that sound good? Any comment or announcements we need to make before we break for lunch? All right, we'll break for lunch then. Thank you.
I don't have that all year last year. So we. Hey, let's think about
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We will get back started, and I think the next on the agenda is all things soybean, the Free County Fair. Do we have a representative here for that? Welcome. Hello. Are you Kathy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With the Free County Fair. And this year, since it's been 100 years, soybeans have been planted in the state of Arkansas, that we are going to focus on introducing the soybean to our kids. Our fair focuses on education. We have an education day. This year, we are 3 different counties. We're Cross, Woodruff, and Jackson. And this year, we're going to try to tackle carrying our fair to each county. So that means we're going to go to each county and carry our education days and stuff. So we would like to be able to present to them the opportunity to know more about what soybeans are, what all soybeans are used in. Most people know they're just beans. They don't realize that they're just about every one of our everyday products. So we want to facilitate that in our education days. By doing this, we want to provide them an opportunity to see soybeans in all different levels. We want to have soybeans there. We want to show and present to them different pictures and products, like we've got soybean farmers in our community. And we want to have them come and do presentations. We want to have the equipment dealers there to show how to plant them. I would love for each kid to be able to plant a soybean and take home with them that day as well. We have in Cross County, one of our farmers, a couple of our farmers, this year was inducted into the 100 bushels per acre. That is the Fishers and the Balls were both done in that, and I'm going to ask them to come and talk to the classes about that. We want them to know about all the careers that are available in that. This is some pictures last year of our fair, and where we brought in different people from our community to come and talk about things that are going on in our 3 counties. We had the wind turbines, we had got Game and Fish, we had Woodruff Electric, we had Farm Bureau with their cow. We reach a lot of kids through this. And hopefully if you choose us, I would also like to implement a guided, self-guided thing that we can build to have the community walk through without having to have us sit there. This was in the Texas State Fair, and it's something that I would like to implement where we could have soybeans instead of all this, it'd be about soybeans. It's something we could add to every year. And then this is the book I would like to send home with every one of the kids that come through our doors. My soybeans home.
Did you write?
No, I did not write it. And that's the end of my presentation.
Any
questions?
Questions? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And I apologize, I did not mention the Ag Hall of Fame is coming up, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
And so, Amy, we have the opportunity tickets to that. Is anybody interested in attending the Ag Hall of Fame on behalf of this board? And one of it.
Yes, Mark.
Just if you think about it and have a chance, please let Amy know. We need to know sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they were getting ready to order the tickets the other day, and I said, let's hold off till after the board meeting to see if anybody wanted one, but Communications Group's gonna order those.
And as Miss Stacy's coming up, I will, if y'all have any comments on the way that we are doing this, kind of got the big book versus the computer. We want feedback on this new. Caleb is the superstar of getting this all done. We had a lot of thought and discussion about how it make it easier and not have to tote that big book around. But anyway,
I want to start by thanking you all for your time. Selfishly, I'm a little bit glad that you'll have this rain this week so that you couldn't be anywhere else. So you're not aggravated that you had to spend the very sunny day that we have right now in here. So again, I appreciate your time.
I appreciate the purpose of what you're doing to help promote agriculture because it needs it. So also introducing myself, my name is Stacy Witcher. I'm here on behalf of the Cross County Farm Bureau Women's Committee. And we want to have an ag education day for every elementary child in our entire county. Anybody that knows me knows that I like to do things big. So we have been, for the last 4 years, we have made individual classroom visits, and we still plan to do those. But there's only so many days that the school will let us come in and do those. And then we just reach, one grade a year. So between the 2 school districts, that puts us at about 12 or 13 classes, depending on how many kids are enrolled that year. And that's just not enough. So my plan is to take this to our current elementary. I believe Poinsett County came and talked to you today. They invited me to come participate and help them, and I just decided I'm going to take this idea and run with it. So we have children in our county. Cross County is very rural, that they cannot go from our school to the closest grocery store without passing fields. Cross County Elementary is surrounded by fields, and then Wynn Elementary buildings are in the city limits, but we have bean fields regularly in the city limits. They rotate through. They drive past those, they have no idea. And not only do the kids have no idea what those crops are, their parents don't either. So it's just something they don't think about. And I want to fix that. So my plan is to visit every elementary classroom, K through 6 at one of our school districts, K through 5 at the other, and teach them what this is. So that would put us, I got my final number from one school today, their current enrollment, that's going to be 1,450 kids. Will come through over 3 days, and this is what we help with at Poinsett County, just to kind of give you an idea. So we're going to have these stations set up. We'll have one on soybeans. David and Jeannie Wilson have grown soybeans for decades, so they're going to talk to the kids about that. Rice Research Center is going to come and do rice. So we're going to cover all of our commodities. We're going to have the Farm Bureau milk cow, because all the kids always line up for that. We have a petting zoo from some of our 4-H'ers. So we're going to have every elementary child, and or like I said, over the process of 3 days, come through and see these. And then we also have FFA students that are going to work out of this tour guides to lead them through the different stations. And also 4-H members are either helping run stations or they are helping with the petting zoo as well. So not only are we going to have something going home with every elementary child, we now have these junior high and high school kids that are talking about it. So we're going to, just like they did at Poinsett County, we're going to break these tents, but we're doing it on the school campus. I have worked with other organizations and getting schools to drive to you. They're always like, well, we have to get a bus driver, we need transportation. So I said, well, we'll just come to you. And then that eliminates that excuse for why they can't come or why every grade can't come. So in the morning at drop off, they're going to see all of this sitting out there. So then the parents are going to notice it. The grandparents are going to notice it. Whoever is driving by on their way to work is going to know that something's going on out there. Grandma's going to bring a tractor, so that's going to be sitting on the school grounds. They're going to notice what's going on and create a buzz and give us the opportunity to explain what agriculture is about. So I said, these are some of our stations. We have Arkansas Cattle Women sending somebody. Our local county extension is going to do a demonstration as well. And we want these kids, most of these stations are going to be managed by the farmers and ranchers that are putting in the work every day. Kids kind of have this funny idea of how agriculture works. We learned, for example, at the petting zoo that we helped, one of the kids came up to my son and asked him when his rabbit was going to lay an egg. And next to the rabbit was a chicken. And he said, you mean the chicken? He said, no, the rabbit, like the Easter bunny. So these kids don't realize that a rabbit, because the Easter bunny comes with Easter eggs, that must be what rabbits lay. But if we as the farmers and ranchers don't tell our story, someone else will. And they're not going to do it accurately. It's going to be misinformation. So the sooner that we can reach these kids, I want to start with those kindergartners. And I want to go all the way up to those 5th and 6th graders, because the sooner we tell our story, the better chance we have of keeping them from getting those wrong impressions in their heads. So this is my budget. We've taken care of quite a bit of it, either through donations, just of the items that we were needing, so we're still lacking on our t-shirts. My goal is to send every elementary kid home with a t-shirt that on the back has soybean board, and the t-shirts don't die. If you go to Walmart right now, you'll see some kid wearing a t-shirt that maybe even older brother or sister got 5 years ago, and they're still wearing it. And so those show up everywhere. They're at Walmart, they're at the dentist, and those just never, that is one form of advertising that just does not seem to die if you give it to a child. And so by reaching every child in our elementary schools, in effect, we'll reach every home. We plan to send home Y'all have helped sponsor the Farm Bureau Ag Readers, so there'll be one of those soy ag readers in a bag that's going home with all the children. And when those come home, mom and dad are gonna look at it, they're gonna show what they got at the ag day to grandma and grandpa. And we will reach most of the people in our county, just through reaching all the elementary kids. And again, I want to thank you for, I'm selfishly glad that it rained so that you're not feeling left out that you can't be outside today. But we appreciate what you're doing. You don't have any questions for me?
It's truly a movement, and if you gotta catch them early.
Yes.
I think that's really incredible. This is Cross County. Matt, this is your hometown.
It's my hometown. I appreciate you being here.
Well, we went to Cross County and their playground has a driveway around it. And on the other side of the playground is the field. And you would think every cartoon farm you ever see has corn. Like, I can't think of anything I've ever seen. Corn has got to be one of the most recognizable crops. And we had each of the commodities out and the kids came through. Jenna Martin, our staff chair, was like, first they all thought it was fake. And then she said, no, this is real. That's what's across the driveway from the playground. The kids said, that's what's growing over there? They played by corn every day, one of the most recognizable crops, and had no idea what it was, what the purpose was. They knew nothing. And it literally was 20 feet from them every day while they played. So we've lost a group of kids, and like I said, their parents don't know what those crops are either. So they can't ask mom and dad, what is that? And the parents say, oh, that's soybeans, because they don't know either. We've lost a big group, and I like to do things big, so I want to get them all. People have asked me, when this be better if you just did K through 3? I'm like, no, those 5th and 6th graders haven't gotten this. So I want to get them, I want them to know. And then I hope by having the FFA kids there, that they'll realize that there's a place for ag education in high school, and they'll be enticed by that as well.
Well, I commend you because it takes courage, I guess, to get something like this started. There's a lot of moving parts with it. But I think that you learned that your community can get behind you pretty quickly, but you have to take that initiative, and again, it costs money, so.
Yeah, it does. Anything costs something to get started, and once people realize what you're doing, then they come on board. But that first year, yeah, it's, I've spent many days where all I do is emails and answer phone calls, but it's really worth it to me because I feel like we have a hole in our education system.
Do you know about when, in the calendar year that you're planning on?
So we'll do Cross County Elementary on April 15th. The WIN Intermediate is going to come through on April 23rd, and WIN Primary is coming through on April 24th. So we're going to set up at Cross County and then pack everything up, and the next week go set up again at WIN.
Okay.
We talked to the teachers. They picked the dates. I found out later that was not the best for some of our FFA kids, but the principals picked the dates. And I told them, so, well, we're going to do it this year, and we may decide it needs to be in the fall, it may need to be a little earlier, but that's when, apparently they're done with testing now, so they were willing to give up half a day for us to do this.
I think it solves a lot of the challenges you go into them versus.
Yes, and it does create some extra work on our part, and some extra expense, because we have to type and set them up and have people come, but I think, like I said, some other groups, and that was, if we take a bus, we have to have an extra person on the bus, we have to have a bus driver, we have to pay for the fuel, and we just can't, it's not in our budget. So I said, well, I can fix that, and I'll just drive to you. And I said, they're still gonna let us come, but we only get to go to 2nd grade, is the only grade that we do our individual classroom visits, and there's only so many of us, and there's only so much time to let us have, so we're reaching kids, but we're not making the kind of impact that I want to see.
The sad part is one day know enough, but it can make a difference. And a lot of them aren't farmers. A lot of them parents or cousins work for the elevators in town or some of the ag industry, the case dealerships or whatever, but we got to start somewhere. So,
Planting the seed is my plan.
yes. Any other comments or questions? Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
All right, so next we have the Botanical Garden of the Ozarks. Do we have a representative? Ashley, there's the floor is yours, Ashley.
Thank you so much. Let me get my slides pulled up. Wonderful to be with you guys today. Thank you again for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. All right. And I'll tell you what, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty on my side, and I want to be respectful of your time. I believe that you've got copies of these slides in your materials for today, so I'm just going to hop right in. and we'll certainly be happy to send this as a follow-up. Want to talk to you today a little bit about a signature program that we get to host every year here at the Botanical Garden of the Ozarks. That is the Chefs in the Garden event. We are very much looking forward to this year's event. It is scheduled for Tuesday, May 19th. And this is the 18th year that we have hosted Chefs in the Garden. So we're tickled about that. It's an event that welcomes a large crowd every year and has grown since its founding. We plan to welcome between 800 and 1,200 guests, and they are coming to the garden to enjoy the best of what our regional chefs have to offer. We gather chefs who are creating sweet and savory dishes that guests get to enjoy, and that draws a broad audience from across Northwest Arkansas. We actually really see quite a bit of representation, not just from Washington County, where we are, but also from Benton County. Next slide, please. So I want to talk to you a little bit more about the event, and I think we may need to go back just one. My apologies. Oh, no, forgive me. You've got it. Thank you. A little bit more about the event and how I think that this could be a great partnership. Chefs in the Garden provides a strong platform for connecting consumers with Arkansas agriculture. In a single evening, this event is reaching, as I mentioned, around 1,200 guests. And then beyond that, the garden is communicating with approximately 11,000 households through our monthly email newsletters. We also have about 30,000 subscribers on our social media. So we've got a good reach established. As I mentioned, it's our 18th year, so we've got some good brand recognition and visibility in place. We also typically receive pretty generous regional media coverage, and that's TV and radio. And because the chefs who are in attendance are directly engaging with our guests, there's a natural opportunity for storytelling and for those chefs to become ambassadors for the ingredients that they're using. So when someone's enjoying a dish, they often ask the chef how it was prepared or what ingredients were used. It creates, like I said, an organic moment for conversation, certainly about the role of agricultural products, and specifically what we're envisioning is a conversation around soybeans and how they can be used in everyday home cooking. I want to say thank you. It would be remiss not to acknowledge the involvement of some of our long-term partners. That includes Tyson Foods, and we are very grateful to them for their support. Expect that they'll be involved with us again this year. The way that we envision highlighting soybeans at Chefs in the Garden and educating our guests would be by encouraging participating chefs to incorporate soy-based ingredients into those tasting dishes I mentioned. So soybean oil, soy sauce, tofu, edamame, any other soy-derived products. We think this could be a really great fit and something that our audience is well aligned with. Again, because the chefs are directly serving these dishes to the guests, you've got a built-in moment for education and engagement. And that ends up exactly with what this audience is really interested in. These are foodies, they are food lovers, and they are going to be excited to learn more about soybeans and how they can be using them at home. To reinforce that connection, we would include signage, what would be placed at chef stations, and then throughout the event, educational displays, noting when soybean ingredients are being used and highlighting the connection to Arkansas soybean farming. And then throughout the event, additional signage would be available highlighting general facts, educational facts about soybean production, the versatility of soy-based foods, and how soybeans are moving in our state from farm to table. After the event, we would be glad to provide the board with a summary report documenting the attendance, examples of dishes that were incorporating soy ingredients, photos of the event, and overall guest engagement. We respectfully request $6,500 to support these educational and promotional elements. That investment works out to just a little over $5 per guest, so we would be very grateful for that support. We believe that this proposal is designed specifically to focus on consumer education about soy-based foods that people likely are already encountering when they're at the grocery store, and maybe just haven't had an opportunity to learn how to use at home, or maybe want to learn more about how it got to their plate to begin with. We are excited to help guests recognize the role that Arkansas soybeans are playing in the foods that they eat. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very grateful for your consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you for your presentation. One other aspect regarding soybeans and food is also the role it plays in the protein that may be in any dish as far as feed. So anyway, it's another angle.
Absolutely. And I could certainly see there being some nice synergy there. Working with Tyson as well, talking about protein that they're providing and how we're creating sort of a circle of connectivity there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
The ticketed event, or how's that work?
Oh, yes, it is. It is a ticketed event. It is a fundraiser for the garden. It also supports the Northwest Arkansas Food Bank. That's a long-standing tradition and a great partnership that we really enjoy. A portion of our proceeds go to support that work.
Anything else? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Kristen with the Four States Fair and Rodeo. So this one's online.
I'm here.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Alrighty, let me share my screen with you guys. Okay. All right, guys. My name is Kristen Larry, and I'm the teacher at the Ag Learning Center here in Texarkana. I appreciate the opportunity to get to speak with all of you today. Before we get started, I just wanted to point out something that every photo that you see in my presentation today is a photo that we have taken at the Ag Learning Center. So everything you see will be an authentic experience and things happening with kids and the things that they're making. These are all things that we've done on site. So like I said, we are located in Texarkana, Arkansas, and we're lucky enough to be on the Four States Fairgrounds. My job is to provide field trips for area schools, homeschool groups, child care centers. We also do a bunch of outreach. We're not just a program, we're a full functioning facility that's open year round. It's kind of like, think of a kids museum, and then I have some classrooms attached where we do our activities. On the field trips, we do hands-on lessons and interactive experiences. We help students understand how agriculture provides food and fuel and fiber and everyday products. So a quote that I've seen recently states, "Take your kids to a farm so they don't think their food comes from a box." And that statement's the exact reason why we exist here at the Ag Learning Center. Although we're not a true farm, we do try to provide hands-on opportunities to mimic those experiences. And obviously soybeans are central to this mission because they're crops that these students encounter every day without realizing it. And so we're here to provide a strong foundation for that understanding. This is some of the experiences that we've had. This is kind of what the soybean education looks like in action at the Ag Learning Center. It's hands-on, it's engaging, and it's developmentally appropriate. They just don't hear about soybeans, but they also get to explore through planting and interactive displays. They have visual learning and tactile learning, and it makes, the agriculture real and relatable. So if you look at some of these pictures, in the bottom right corner, we have a soybean byproduct board that the kids can interact with back and forth. We've done some planting series. We have our soybean shadow box and our soybean quiz lift game. We did some football things around football with the bracelets up in the top corner with talking about soybeans and how that relates to football season. But one of my favorite activities is kind of right there in the bottom center with all the handprints. I partnered with 3 of our local preschool child development centers, and you can see your guys' logo in the top corner. We celebrated Earth Day by planting soybeans, and then they each got to put their little handprint once they completed their project. So soybeans are alive and well down here in Texarkana, Arkansas, and we're just trying to promote as much of that education as we can. Excuse me. So here's some of the reasons why soybeans matter to the Arkansas youth. Most of our students here in Texarkana and the surrounding areas come from non-rural backgrounds. So, I take it personally to make it my responsibility to show these students how the crops in Arkansas connect to the food and the energy and all of our everyday products. And of course, soybeans help bridge that gap. I believe that early exposure builds agricultural awareness and it sparks a curiosity about agricultural careers and helps students grow, because regardless, either way, they're either going to be a grower in the future, but most likely, most of these kiddos around here, they are going to be consumers, and they need to have that knowledge and appreciation. So here's some of our program statistics. In 2025, the Ag Learning Center served 2,500 students. The year prior was about 1,200, so that number doubled. We're getting our program out there. The teachers are coming back. We're having some repeat visits. The town is aware of it now, and so we're getting out there, getting into the classrooms and the schools. Those numbers don't include our fair and rodeo time, which is 10 days. And during those 10 days, of course, we have tens of thousands of families that come through the Ag Learning Center. But most importantly, on the last Friday of the fair, we host our Ag Day, which is our kids' day at the fair, where all of a bunch of people come together and we participate in a free event for the local schools to come in. Of course, the carnival's not open, but we combine all aspects of agriculture with the rodeo and all of the commodities. The kids really enjoy that. So we typically range around 4,000 kids on that day. So it's always a very high number, popular day. And this is why I believe that continued funding matters. So with your guys' generosity through the promotion board, it has definitely helped us to expand and strengthen soybean education. We've been able to get some new interactive displays and hands-on learning. I should get those proofs pretty soon. They've been in production for a couple months, and so we've really put some hard work into those. Our $20,000 that I'm requesting, it goes directly to youth-focused programming, classroom materials, outreach supplies, and crop-specific exhibits. We are on the 4 States Fairgrounds, and they do support my operational building cost, but I'm solely funded through you guys and commodities to be able to do the programs that I do. So here are some of the things that I would like to add into the Ag Learning Center. I would like to do some of the soybean life cycles, obviously add a literacy section, and some more hands-on soybean displays and games. These just really are hands-on. They bring those connections to life for the kiddos. And, it's hard to compete with hands-on things when you're just speaking to them. So I like to have those things available as well. And I just want to say thank you for your continued support of agriculture. And if you guys ever find yourself in this direction, please stop in. I'd love to walk you guys through and show you where your money has gone in the past. And I think you would really appreciate it. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Kristen. Any comments or questions from the board? Please, we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to skip the next one and on to Soy Aquaculture Alliance. Katie Hall. Katie, are you available?
Oh, I'm here.
Right.
You'd think it was 2020. Got to get that audio unmuted and get my video going. Hello.
I'm looking at the schedule, but you are good to go.
Wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my PowerPoint and share my screen. Oh, here we go. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I want to just take a quick minute to introduce myself since I haven't met y'all yet. I grew up on a family farm in western Iowa. I've spent 10 years in logistics and commodity trading. I've traded basically every part of the soybean but the oil. But I've also traded wheat and oats in some other niche markets. So in the last 8 years, I've spent advocating and lobbying for agriculture. Just a quick update for those of you who are not familiar with the Soy Aquaculture Alliance. We promote U.S. aquaculture production and create aquafeed solutions for U.S. soy. In a simple nutshell, we have 12 state soybean associations that support our group. We take that funding, collaborate with USB, USEC, ASA, WISH as part of the family of soy. And then we work on some key focus areas, including maximizing that soy feed inclusion rate, especially for specific species. We also work to reduce anti-nutritional factors. Those are really key in helping us push more soybean meal into aquaculture diets. And then we also work to increase the awareness for soy solutions for aquaculture. That really looks like collaborating with those external partners so that they know that the resources exist and the research exists to drive those inclusion rates a little bit higher. And then we also work on market development in U.S. aquaculture production, right? It's one of those things where if the market grows, then our opportunity for feed grows as well. Program areas that we really focus on are research. So we fund and take RFPs each year. This year we had 18 submissions, and we have an advisory team that has nutritionists and industry on it, as well as USB and USEC. And so we evaluate each of those, go through the process to figure out which ones address the greatest need with the highest impact at the highest value. We also work on aquaculture industry relations, market development, as I touched on earlier, and then soybean industry relations. Policy is a small part of what we do. It has been an interesting year for policy. We do have some non-checkoff funds, of course, that fund those efforts. In diving in a little bit onto some of the policy pieces, we've really worked with the Stronger America Through Seafood group, and they're working on the MARA Act. And so that would just create some regulatory certainty for the offshore aquaculture that would really give a boost to soybean feed market opportunities. So I just highlighted some of the social media conversation that's been happening around growth of aquaculture and our opportunities in the U.S. Y'all maybe have already heard this, but it was fascinating to me, with an economics background and a trading background. We have a trade deficit with China of $20 billion on seafood alone, right? And so we have a huge opportunity here to think a little differently about how we bring that market to the U.S. or back to the U.S. and build on that success. This has been a really interesting project that we worked on. We funded with Dr. Jesse Chappell. We've taken this idea to different entities, grocery stores, private equity, to continue the conversation around how to grow inland opportunities for aquaculture. It's been really interesting. As you guys know, when you're lacking infrastructure, it takes a lot of capital to build that. And so we are just working through what that could look like for other entities. I want to talk a little bit about our RFP priorities. So when we kick that information out each year, traditionally we send it out in December, so those PIs have an opportunity to review and then submit. A lot of them are also professors, so we try to get it to them so that they have enough time around the holidays and semester change. But we're really looking at practical on-farm projects and commercial scale, proof of value, proof of concept studies. Mitigating off flavors has really been something that's been interesting, and recently we funded some efforts related to soy wax that is showing some really great promise. And we're also talking about market analysis and technology advancement. New this year, we opened it up a little to think creatively in that we want to involve innovative ideas that could move the industry forward. And so we did see two, what I would consider non-traditional submissions that are not research centric, but really centered in making sure that folks know about the opportunities in soy, and then the nutritionists that are using those diets have access to the research. So to keep it brief, I want to talk a little bit about our priority species and soy products. You can see here, these are, really where we've drawn our, RFP submissions around to say, hey, these are focal points for us. But you can see like soy wax is not listed as a product. When the idea came to us, it was new and innovative in the market. And so we want to be flexible with those as well. But we like to provide the guidelines so that folks that are applying know kind of where the ditches are. So as far as progress goes, we have a research director, Dr. Amrit Bart. He's spent about 40 years in the aquaculture space, and he supports our efforts, really to stay on topic with what's happening in trends, how things are changing, and how we can adjust to look at that. We've considered lots of new opportunities. He's also pulling together existing research because it lives in a lot of different places. And we really want to make something that's easy for nutritionists and industry folks to access. So he is kind of collating and putting them all on an apples to apples basis so that we can look at what's happening there and then make it searchable and usable. Seems kind of, logical, but it's also one of those things that really hasn't had a concerted effort behind it yet. So I want to talk a little bit about our ask as we talk about soybean industries and the QSSBs that support us. Traditionally, a Class A membership is a member or a member state that grows more than 1 million acres. Obviously, Arkansas falls into that Class A category. I'm also aware, this is a really challenging year, and I want to be thoughtful with the ask. I'd love to have the opportunity to prove the value to your team directly, and start this year off with a $25,000 membership, and then we can continue the conversation in future years. We really, have the opportunity to do something different here with aquaculture, with this administration, with the focus on, America First and our food supply chain in the U.S. I really think this could be the time for aquaculture to continue to grow. Thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Katie. Any questions? Can you, I'm seeing that you do have a second proposal, correct? A follow-up or?
I do not.
All right, sorry.
No, you're okay. I can pitch you something if you'd like. Just kidding.
Great information. I actually live on a retired catfish farm myself. We re-leveled the ponds badly back to fields. I mean, it was the fields originally, but there was still a lot of scattered catfish ponds where I live in Northeast Arkansas. And any opportunity would be great.
She say which states?
Yeah, do you have, go ahead.
I do actually. Yeah. Give me just a second. I'll reshare my screen. It's in my slide deck. Put it in here because I thought, ooh, they might want to know. Okay. Can y'all see this? These are our current members. And in the opportunity of being fully transparent, this is what they've paid in the last year or agreed to pay in the last year. So you can see some of them are under the 100, some of them are over 100, and some of them are Class B members, smaller states doing smaller acres. So in alphabetical order, Minnesota was added last year, so that's why they're bottom. It's not because we don't like the folks from Minnesota.
One thing I found interesting, my first overseas trip was 2017 to Vietnam, and I saw in-pond raceway system for the first time, and it was developed at Auburn University. And I don't think I've seen an in-pond raceway system in the U.S., but the foreign markets are taking that technology rapidly.
Absolutely.
Revamp it in the U.S. with our existing ponds. You ready to diversify? Even like, so maybe an update on like, is salmon still growing indoors in the U.S. or is that project still working on?
Oh, great question. I believe it is. And in fact, my background is really on the ag side of things. So aquaculture is new. We actually just toured inland and Forever Young Aquaponics. I don't know if you guys have heard of them. They're in Georgia. They're doing tilapia with leafy greens on top. And they'll start that in short order. But they have a site that's live in Colorado. There was an Eagles catch in Iowa. Initially, they were starting with salmon, and it's now defunct. But it was a matter of they were too early. They didn't have processing nearby, so they were trying to ship live fish, which, as you can imagine, is pretty dang hard and costly. But they're trying to ship live fish to Minnesota, and so I don't know, but I will get back to you on that.
I think there's some opportunity because we do have the University of Arkansas in Pine Bluff that has an aquaculture research facility. So if we do decide to move on this, it could be some collaboration opportunities.
Absolutely.
So they looking at Marion, I guess it was 3 or 4 years ago, put an indoor aquaculture facility in. They went as far as testing groundwater and everything, but then the tilapia were dumped on the U.S. market, and the market went away as quickly as,
Well, thank you so much. Any other comments? Thank you so much, Katie.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so next up we have Farmers Fueling the Future. Do we have a representative? Very good. Oh, sorry. Looking for you right here.
We go. Well, good morning, or good afternoon now. I'm sorry I've been at it. I took the 4-5-10 out of DC this morning. After the ASA visits yesterday, last week, or this week. It's that time. So my name is Matt Herman. I live in Iowa at the Iowa Soybean Association. I actually get to work with Katie on a day-to-day basis. And this project we work on is called Farmers Fueling the Future. So just a bit of background. I've been working in biofuels and bioenergy for about the last decade. I started working for a firm called Renewable Energy Group in the private sector, and we were the country's biggest producer of biodiesel and renewable diesel. And then they got bought by Chevron in 2020. And kind of through that experience, what I picked up was many of those petroleum companies have the technology and the tools and the ability to turn biomass into fuels. No, I don't think that's the question. The question that I've come up with is, how do we put farmers in a position to grow more feedstock, to make it cost available, cost effective both for you and for them to grow that market. And so as I started looking at this with ASA and USB in the States over the last few years, really kind of what I wanted to refocus on was how do we refocus this biofuel conversation on farmers and the ag producers and the crops and the biomass that could go into these fuels. Because to me, that's the greatest challenge we have. If we look at any of these rules that EPA or others put out, the number one thing that holds us back in there when you look at EPA from increasing volumes is feedstock benefit. And so when we put this together, it was really about how do we look for those common issues across crops, whether it's soybeans, canola, cotton, whatever it may be. What can we do to increase the opportunity in the biofuel market for those projects? So similar to what Katie described on soy aquaculture, we're working with United Soybean Board, ASA on the policy side. From the state side, it's Iowa, Illinois, Minnesota, Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, South Carolina,
I'm sure I missed one, and we kicked this project off last year. But really, the focus areas that we have are not necessarily on the fuel, but they're on making sure that U.S. crop and U.S. crop-based biofuels have market access and have favorable market positioning. So a couple things that I'll just share that we worked on both this year and then moving into next year. Indirect land use change, for any of you guys who have been involved in this is the millstone that hangs around the neck of biofuels. This and crop-based biofuels in general. So when we look at these things like carbon intensity score and what's the carbon footprint of our biofuel, soybeans actually has one of the lowest carbon footprints on every biofuel we make. And why is that? Because we don't apply nitrogen fertilizer like we do on circle crops or on brassicas. But often that's just washed away because we have this big land use change penalty that they stick on us. And that's driven, quite frankly, by what's going on in South America, what's going on in Malaysia and Indonesia. And so we worked with ASA in the last year to hire somebody who actually runs these economic analysis models, the GTAP model. And now we have the ability, I think we're the first ag association out of corn, soybeans, canola to actually start to build this expertise in. And so now we see the ability to actually challenge this modeling, both within state policies, federal level, and then even internationally, where it's becoming an even bigger issue. The other thing that we're really going to take we started this year, and I've had a nice conversation with USDA about it yesterday, is the methods that they're using to score our biofuels. And this really gets into this discussion about climate smart ag and what they're going to do with the biofuel tax credits. But in short, if you've seen any of the math on this, what you quickly find out is that this 45Z biofuel tax credits is coming. The climate smart ag credit doesn't even pay for the practices itself on oilseeds. And that's not because the value's not there. It's because of how Argonne National Lab set up the model 20 years ago. And they've never looked at this again. And so really what we've done now is looked at, okay, if we change the methodology for oilseeds to make it look like cereal crops, what will that then do to the climate smart ag value? For soybeans, it increases it by a factor of 5. And so what this really means is it will also affect canola or pennycress or covercress or any of these other oilseeds that would come up and increase their value. On the international market side, you guys have certainly heard about things like the sustainable aviation fuel market for Corsia. We now have an international maritime organization market coming. And then we also have the EU and Canada. And increasingly, right, our challenge is not only having a favorable score, but it's simply having market access. And so what we'll be able to do is just generate this research at the state level, through the checkoff, and then be able to work with groups like USEC, who's really engaged and has deep relationships in the EU, but quite frankly doesn't have the background and expertise in this space. They're really good at selling soybeans, soybean meal, and oil, but haven't been looking at the biofuel space as deeply. And then on the biofuel market access piece, the last piece, you guys have probably also heard states like California are coming up with these sustainability guardrails, the traceability guardrails. This isn't just limited to California. This is California, Canada, the EU, and we have today the SSAP, the Soybean Sustainability Assurance Protocol, but that's basically big picture agri compliance. We're demonstrating that the U.S. isn't deforesting. That's what allows us to access the whole bean export market in Europe. But that is not going to be sufficient for us to maintain access to these biofuel markets. And over the last few years, just to be frank, I've grown increasingly frustrated by our industry trying to, frankly, push a square peg through a round hole on this, where they're saying, well, there's these existing standards that are made by Europeans. How do we adopt them to the U.S.? And I'm saying, no, boys and girls. We, as the U.S. row crop farmers, we need to go to these bodies and create our own standard that is based on how U.S. ag works, how our regulations are in place. We have things like sod buster and swamp buster that are tied back to crop insurance. That would demonstrate then that you have these traceability, right? It's those types of things that we need to point out that just frankly, I can't fault the Europeans, right? They're not in our system. They don't understand this. So what we're asking for, this is part of a much broader project, is we're asking for an investment from the Arkansas Soybean Board of $15,000. The main things that we'll be working on here, like I mentioned, are the indirect land use change modeling with Omid Kamari, who's now at American Soybean Association. And increasing this climate smart ag value, this row crop certification, and then just more technical engagement with these international biofuel markets. I'm happy to take any questions that you guys have, but that's the crux of it.
Maybe more of a comment. I think we have led the industry in our sustainability story, but yet there's others coming right behind us and trying to claim a lot of the same things, and they have gone, leaps and bounds deforesting and gotten away with it internationally.
I'll just share one anecdote. We were in the Office of Chief Economist yesterday, and we're talking about this maritime market possibility. It's a 90 billion gallon market, so that's like 1.5 times the size of the U.S. diesel market. And we're kind of getting after USDA about how are you going to influence this? How is the State Department going to influence this to position U.S. biofuels well? And the claxons at USDA are going off because they're seeing what the Brazilians are doing. They're saying, instead of land use change, we want to have these two approaches. One is called yield increase approach, and the other one's called unused land. And if you can qualify your crop under that, you get no land use change penalty. Well, for them, what yield increase approach is the safrinha crop. It's the entire double crop. What is unused land? The Cerrado, right? So those are big time problems. That's 80 million acres in the Cerrado that can come in. So these are things that we have to come up with technical solutions to be able to arm our folks at USEC, at ASA, whatever it is, so they got that data, that solution to be able to put in front of there, because frankly, OCE, Office of Chief Economist, is down to 3 people that work on this. They're looking for us. I sat there with Scott Brill yesterday. They're looking for us to bring them solutions that they can then take to these forums. So like SAA, like Katie described, we have had, I work for Iowa. We've put in a significant non-checkoff component of this so that we have that flexibility. It's not something that we've tapped into heavily. We also work with, I don't know if you've spoken with, if Kate Mayer's presented today from ASA, but she'll talk about the other side of this, which is the peer advocacy side with Josh Rahm. But just know that is how this is forming is, we're trying to do the very agriculture, row crop focused, checkoff compliant research, be able to provide it to ASA, to Clean Fuels, literally anybody who will run with it. But the whole purpose is work on row crops.
Any questions or comments?
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Is anybody a cotton farmer then?
We're covering.
What's the cotton oil market like? Where's that already?
I don't even know, or planners, that's still have a professional facility, I think so, but it's something. It's not all food, but I don't know. Food, but okay.
I mean, like fries would, like 10 years ago, I filed a pathway and got a petition through EPA when I was in industry to do cottonseed oil biofuels, and I was just curious where that market was at, and that was for one plant in Boston, Texas, right? But there'd be an opportunity in the future to basically say any plant could run this. So I was
right now, acres run stables.
Good.
Anything else?
I can't ask anybody, and
Thank you. Great presentation. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have NASA anchors on the list. I have Dr. Alyssa Whitcraft online.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, my audio test popped through a little bit earlier, very bizarrely, as I was muted. Great, so I actually have the flu, but I think I'm going to be able to make it through this. In the odd case that I cannot, I have many of my team members online who, interestingly, all had my my name up until a moment ago. So if there's more than one Alyssa Whitcraft in here, you now know why. Okay, great. So hi, I'm Alyssa. I'm really happy to be able to share this with you today. I'll go as quickly as I can, even though there are a lot of components to this proposal. I just want to start by first saying that NASA Acres is, excuse me, it's all about linking satellite data to the real world. NASA's been working in agriculture for 50 years, and so it's both real world impacts, but also with real world producers. It's a consortium led out of University of Maryland, which is formally where I work. So that's nice. We're much more flexible in partnering than the federal government itself. But what you'll notice if you look at this map of our project lead partners, we don't have one in Arkansas. And so one of the things that we're hoping that this proposal can lead to is a relationship with Arkansas to pave the way for more collaboration. So this is the proposal team. I'm the PI and I'm going to lead this, but I am supported by a number of very essential team members. We've got Mike Humber on the line. He's my deputy director, but he'll be in charge of app development. We also have Ritvik on the line, who is the crop condition and yield lead for NASA Acres, and he's going to be in charge of the AgMet graphics themselves. Ignacio is my co-lead on Fiat, and he is at Purdue University, but he is somebody who is going to really support the ongoing collaboration between our organizations. I also have Allison online, who is our strategic engagement officer and is going to be vital for communication outward. And then we have other folks who help with project coordination at a very small level and some of the data set processing and preparation. So there are, excuse me, four overall sort of activities, 3 activities with deliverables, and a 4th, which is a path ahead. I'll go through each of these one at a time, but I just want to point out here that our working philosophy is really that we are your space agency. We're also my space agency as a taxpayer, and we're here to bring the value of NASA's data down to Earth for your benefit. And so what guides our work is, first of all, NASA is synonymous with quality. So this is really the kind of highest quality scientific innovation that you can find. Important is our commitment to co-creation and collaboration with the different organizations we work with. Like I said, 50 years of work in agriculture, limited impact on farm, and we think that's because we have not worked closely enough with farmers. That involves iterative improvement, and there's a high amount of sort of collaboration and travel that's a part of this so that we can spend more time with you guys as we transition over in future years to a larger Arkansas Cooperative Extension role. And then all of this is on top of farmer data sovereignty and privacy. I don't have time to talk much about that today, but I have a backup slide if you're interested. So the first and biggest activity is adapting these AgMet graphics, which Ritvik has developed over years for international monitoring. You can go and look, for example, right now. Ritvik, maybe drop a link in the chat you can go see what, for example, Brazil, different provinces in Brazil and Argentina's conditions in soybean are right now. But these kind of are limited to state level in the US right now, and we can downscale them to county level for all soybean counties. Ritvik created this example for the proposal from Poinsett County. Obviously, this was created in the end of January, so out of season, but these can be updated every 2 weeks throughout the growing season, and they'll be ready with about a 7-day delay after the data are collected. It could be faster, but that just requires a greater amount of human touch and obviously more financial resources. But there's a number of indicators in here that are highly correlated with yield. In fact, they feed into our yield forecasting models, but they provide a really good look at what's going on with the sort of agrometeorological events like precipitation and temperature, but also what the vegetation is doing in response in the form of the NDVI, which is a vegetation index that tells us a little bit about crop health. Oh, and all of these can be sort of customized, and that's one of the things that we'd like to do with you guys in your feedback is ensure that we have the sort of variables of interest and whatnot for you. So actually, this is a good example of this. This was something that we piloted with another member of our Farm Innovation Ambassador Team Steering Committee, on which Brad Doyle also sits. And so in this case, what we have is solar radiation, and then in the upper right-hand corner where we show temperature, this farmer's pointed out particular issues with anomalously high or anomalously low temperatures, and so Ritvik's overplotted those here so that we get a sense of when that is taking place through the season. So these are small customizations we can make, and this is at a field level. So if we can find 2 or 3 interested farmers in Arkansas, we need from them their field boundaries, ideal is crop rotation. So we know which years were soybean. We can map that, but we might get it wrong. It's just easier if you tell us. Save some time, and then planting and harvest dates. Then we're able to really support creating this for farmers, and they would be sort of the data latency would be a little different because we're talking about new types of data, additional data for processing, but starting with a pilot is a really good place for us to build toward this being something that's in the pocket of farmers long term, which is the development of an interactive and mobile ready condition monitoring tool. And so we know that the graphic databases, or sorry, dashboards, are very useful at the outset, but we also know that, you know, having the actual data and letting farmers play around with it is in very high demand. This is something I literally just asked generative AI to make. I fed them the dashboards and I said, make a mock-up of an app, just so that we had something to show. But what's really critical is that farmers are in the loop in all of this. This is from Commodity Classic. We had a panel at the NASA booth, and there's Brad and some of the other growers we have on our steering committee, and Ignacio, who's the co-lead of Fiat. And so we need to be in touch with you guys and with the interested farmers to iterate and make something that's useful and easy to access, independent of like a great cell signal. Then that's the last thing, is for us to chart a path ahead. That's really, this is a door opener for more collaboration for us. And this is an example, oh my God, I'm losing my voice, sorry. This is an example of something we did this past season, within season. We added Arkansas to and Kentucky to our county level yield forecast, which we do not publish. We keep them in-house and share them with commodity associations for their use. But this was the first year we'd done Arkansas. And we have a lot of opportunity to pilot and improve this. But nationally, we're looking at less than 5 bushels per acre a few months in advance of harvest. And I think we can certainly improve that with more collaboration. But there's other innovations that we can do, including things that have to do with water use, for irrigation, scheduling, field boundaries for sort of automated, potentially something that helps make the reporting and certification of your acres easier, looking at pest and disease infestations. There's a number of different things that we can see from satellites, and what's important is this proposal provides us an opportunity to get the foot in the door with you guys so that we can build out this collaboration and get to the bottom of what some other Arkansas soy needs are. You have this in your pockets. This just shows some of the work we've done on data governance, and Ritvik pointed out to me that there are budgets in every presentation. So I added this. It's not in the deck that you guys have in front of you. Of course, it's in the proposal itself, but here it is. There's a substantial cost share by design. So Ignacio's salary time, for example, is not on here. And we also have some computational costs that wouldn't be in here. Of course, the background development and any of the subsequent EAVs. Also, development of any sort of workforce development materials and opportunities with youth engagement are all things we would like to cover under our existing program if this is something you want to move forward with. That's it for me from now.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I've been interacting with Melissa for a couple of years now. And most exciting thing is this is the source of all of your satellite imagery that all the other companies and software companies it's their satellites. And they've got a lot of new satellites coming on board with even more technology. So one of the questions was how predictable, are their satellites at yield prediction? Or even, I think you showed at Commodity Classic, you can look at damage from like a derecho event, or even things like that their satellite imagery can monitor and hatch. That's pretty exciting. I think if you saw in there's a lot of potential.
Yeah, there's so much stuff in here. This is quality, for example, that Ignacio, who's my Fiat co-lead, like I mentioned, that he's been leading with soybean already, coming up with estimates before harvest of oil and protein, and I think starches as well, percentages across the field, which would open up market opportunities for selective harvesting and differentiation for different purchasers as well. So tons of potential.
You showed a yield prediction from October. I missed how many bushels you said y'all feel comfortable saying y'all are within.
Oh, so this is the national average. So, and there's some areas where we just don't perform very well. And we're trying to kind of figure out why. A lot of it is the Dakotas. So the national average is within 9% a few months in advance of harvest, or less than 5 bushels. But Ritvik, if you have any commentary specifically on Arkansas, or if you've been able to unpack any of the reasons for the errors, please do.
Yeah, I mean, typically the reasons why we might have slightly lower accuracies in some states are related to crop rotations and us not capturing, where soybean areas are with respect to the other crops. Having said that, our focus typically so far has been on the 3I states, and the Arkansas results are an initial step in this direction. So, we have quite a few ideas on how to improve the results by including more data sets in the modeling, on the modeling platform, improving the models that we use by themselves. And I think we can get the errors down quite a bit more for the state.
Yep, and I think the other thing I want to add is this is trained, so this is public satellite data, and it's trained off of public statistics from NAS. So if your statistics aren't very good, then that's going to impact the performance of the model. And we know that work exists in some ways. One of the ideas that we have is through closer collaboration with farmers, building a better model that's from the ground up as opposed to only kind of top down, which is what we're doing right now with NAS.
We're not the only ones that don't trust NAS.
Yeah, I mean, we're also kind of looking at some ways of improving improving potentially area statistics and estimation earlier with satellite data. But there's NAS has a job and we have a job, and they're different jobs. And we have the opportunity to work directly with you guys and support you in ways that that USDA can't.
And I think one of the exciting things is there is potential to create, like, 3 of you guys to pick a field and let them do this type of work. And then you get to critique the program. And then there's also opportunity for collaboration with our local universities. So
I like to put my data against the, so I get, just to compare same field, see the difference.
Absolutely. We've got a farmer here who uses drones, and that's his comment, but drone sites.
You said some companies are using the data from those satellites. I'm assuming companies like Crop Profit, or are you familiar with them?
I'm familiar with them, but a thing about private companies is very often they don't publicly disclose what it is that they're using, and they don't often do validations. Again, that's sort of something helpful and unique with us. But generally speaking, a lot of them do use these publicly funded satellites that exist for a wide variety of reasons. We use them for all kinds of other stuff too, disaster response, weather forecasting stuff. So, but in all probability, they are using the freely and publicly available satellites. Every single one from NASA is, and NOAA as well. There are some commercial satellite companies out there as well, and we have access to those data. NASA is actually probably the largest buyer outside of defense of them, but that's not for operational use. That's for like research use. So those companies may be purchasing that data and then selling it as a service to you. We just don't really know.
I think the intention of the program is to make it publicly available. Building it. So you'd be part of building of this program. So, any other questions? Comments? Dr. Whitcraft, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much, guys. I guess I'm gonna log off now and go drink some tea. Thanks. Take care.
All right, next up we have Chico Insights, and I think I see a familiar face in the background, in the back of the room. Two familiar faces.
Yours. All right. I'm Zach Reynolds, Jason Cruz, is also here, you'll hear from both of us on Chico Insights, and, appreciate the time.
Give me just 1 second, please.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So. Okay.
Will that let you progress?
Oh. Are y'all?
I'll try it.
I got sticky, that's it. Hey, jump drive, baby.
Got it right here. I don't know why it's acting up. Here, I'm just gonna next it for you. Sorry.
That's fine.
Your emergency backup.
I got it.
Okay.
You get, okay. All right, you can smile through. All right, so, kind of a little outline, we'll, both give a brief introduction about ourselves, we're going to, present our different proposals. I'm gonna talk about the big data analytics, how we think we can solve on-farm utility issues with it. And Dr. Cruz is gonna talk about the irrigation proposals, the overhead irrigation of well density and automation proposals. So a little background about me quickly. When I first got out of school, worked for Pioneer Seed, kind of their OET program, in Arkansas, Missouri. After that, worked in retail and a consulting company, kind of as a tech service, precision ag type role for salesmen and consultants. Someone there, Dr. Kurtz, taught me to come work for him at the university, so I went, worked for him at the Water Institute while he was the director of that. Worked on lots of state and federal programs, mostly all farm type projects. So background in research, tech service, consulting, that's it. So just quickly, this proposal and the other proposals, we have a platform, data capture, these type of big questions, these on farm, big data type questions, you gotta have a way to ingest a lot of data. So I just want to say we do have a mechanism and platform to do that. And as you all know, these are, the type of data we're talking about ingesting, genetic data, soils data, agronomic from, whether that be John Deere, when growers willing to share that geospatial data from different platforms. So getting into kind of the guts of the proposal, the motivation for this proposal, talking on growers, we, obviously fertility is a hot topic all the time, especially now with the prices of fertilizer. I hear the question a lot, I feel like I may not be getting a response from fertilizer applications, or at which point am I not? And sometimes those type of questions are hard to answer. You may not be able to see it in the field, and it's always a big investment. So those type of questions from the growers was kind of the motivation for this project. And again, this is, these type of questions we're going to answer through growers sharing those, geospatial data. I don't want to spend too much time here, but, these fertilizer recommendations, everybody has their own sauce, but generally they're done the same way, whether it's a grid or a zone sample, you take a sample, send it to a lab, they send you a, extractable nutrient line. And then depending on, what formula you're using, fall into a range, the amount gets put out. Some people use the yield goal, renewable, university reps, and what have you, but all of them, or most of them, I won't say all of them, a lot of them don't have, those checks in there say, based on real data that we collected from, all farm, et cetera, we feel like, maybe this medium, or we're not getting a response past a certain point,
and we're still potentially applying fertilizer over the amount that we're getting a response from. So anyway, just kind of want to keep that in mind as I'm going to show an example of data that we were shared from a grower and walk it through, the potential to change these types of recommendations. So again, when we talk to growers, I feel like what they're really asking for, a lot of the conversations we have with people are, where's my sweet spot for a certain crop, certain nutrient, and where's my point of no return? So the next few slides, I'm going to show, again, this grower shared geospatial soil data, John Deere account linked with us. And, when we first threw all the points, so this y-axis is soybean grain yield. This is from Northeast Arkansas. And on the bottom, in this example, is parts per million of, the soil test and heat, phosphorus. And so we got all of his data. We just threw it in a chart like this. It was pretty flat. It didn't really show a good trend as far as yield by P level. But so, running different scenarios and looked at by soil type, and pH ranges and showed, in certain situations such as this, we did find a hinge point. And in this particular scenario, that was 25 ppm plus or minus 8. So what that's saying is that's our sweet spot based on this data set. Again, this is just an example, but it is real data saying that's the range that we need to be in. Now, you may say 25 plus or minus 8, that's a wide range, and it kind of is. But I think the next couple slides will, tell the story. So again, 25 plus or minus 8. So 17 to 33 is our quote, sweet spot. Where we need to be within there is kind of a coin toss. But if you look at in this data set, when you go past a 33 ppm, so when you think back to that chart where very low to high, there are times, a lot of recommendations, but we're still applying fertilizer past that point. And in this data set, we only have a 5% chance of getting a response in that scenario. And on the flip side of that, you look at when the soil test P is less than 17 ppm, you have a 95% chance of getting a response. So what does that tell you? Well, for a grower, if you have, regardless of what recommendation you're using, what formula you're using, if you got $50 to spend on P, and right here on this area is calling for 50, we could spend all $50 worth there. Let's spend our money there instead of trying to spread it over where we're either getting a 50 or less % chance of a return. So in summary, the goal is to work with growers, with the current weather recommendations they're making, try to figure out where the best ROI is within that, and then long term, maybe it helps change, the way we make recommendations altogether, those utility formulas. And again, in this scenario, we were looking at, how soil test P affects yield. We can't disregard all these other factors. We have to account for the salt level. And in the project here, did ask for some money if there was some scenario. Obviously, we can't take fertility back, but if there was some cases where we need to build that curve where it plateaus to see where that response is, making extra applications at certain times to reach that point. So that's all for this proposal. If anybody has any questions regarding this, how many? Yeah.
So the money board would give you would be used, basically gather data from multiple different areas of the state, and then that data would become public.
That's right. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, it would be presented just like any other project through social media meetings that we go to. It would be a multitude. It'd be fertility. It'd be variety. That's right. Yeah, we could, in that chart, that, like you said, that could be, fertility levels within varieties on soil types. That was just an example.
How many, $40,000 roughly. How many different cooperators? How many fields? I mean, how much is that going to
I'd say it's hard to say right now. I mean, I feel like we've talked with, growers about this idea.
and got a lot of interest. I mean, I think it quickly could be, thousands of acres.
No, I'm just saying, this money would be designated towards, like,
I'm sorry.
the money the task force proposed.
Yes, sir.
And you had a set amount, I can take this money and do 10 fields or 5 different growers, that say, or.
Oh, no, there's no, we're not putting a cap on it. No, sir. No, I mean, any grower that would be willing to participate and share that data, we would, that would be part of it. Yeah, I don't have it's only gonna be 5,000. Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, this is a different way of looking at it. There's a lot of data things. Yeah. All right. Next.
As he's bringing that up, I just briefly introduce myself. I know we look different from some of y'all. So I'm Jason Cruz, and I was raised in Arkansas. I got 2 degrees from the University of Arkansas, Magna, a PhD from Texas A&M. I left there, came and worked as a federal scientist at Stonewall, Mississippi, working in the weed science group, but I dealt with pesticide fate transport issues. That's where I really got to understand how soil, water, plant relationships interacted. From that, we started having aquifer problems. Most of my buddies were applied research scientists. I was really an analytical chemist. And, but thought I could apply just some of that basic understanding I had of systems to like real production issues. And so left and became an irrigation specialist from Mississippi State. I did that for about 7 or 8 years. And then, we worked with cotton, corn, soybean, rice, peanuts. I think we made a lot of, big impact on a part of the world doing those types of things. Then transitioned to administration, Mississippi State. And moved to campus at that point. Are you going to progress those for me?
Yeah, is this where you want to start?
Transitioned on to campus and was an administrator for a number of years, and then had an opportunity about 1.5 years ago to leave and fill in what I thought was a big gap. We had developed a lot of technologies that were slow to be adopted by producers in the region, and felt like the best way to actually move it, which was the mission of the land grant, was to have people do private sector research, develop technologies, and move it on the landscape. And to do that is have spin outs. So this is basically a spin out startup company. Headquarters in Lake Village, Arkansas, with locations in Louisiana and Mississippi as well. All right, so there's a number of projects, and I speak quickly, and please, I do better if you ask me questions, so you can stop me at any time. So, we developed a lot of thresholds. I think about most of them we use in the Mid-South out of those research groups I worked in Mississippi on furrow irrigated systems. And I presume when I developed those that they would transition into pivot systems. Trained a young scientist, hired him, came on and worked with us at the water center, and he said, I think we really need to go back and look at how those thresholds hold up underneath pivots, and they completely crashed. And what we realized we had done is that the thresholds we had built for furrow irrigated systems were accurate, but we had hit a balance. We were of oversaturation, this balance between oversaturating the furrow irrigated environment plus keeping it too dry. Well, the way we designed the experiments, we hit the sweet spot. When we went to the pivots, we typically don't oversaturate. So what we found, the Corn Board actually funded this research when we were still at the university, is that, -40 is pretty dang wet. Out here, -20 is pretty dry. Furrow irrigated environments, about -80, or most of our row crops was a sweet spot. With pivots, we were losing 20 bushels on corn. And so we haven't done any of this research on soybean, but these ratios have always been about the same. So our projection would be in pivot irrigated environments, you're probably about 5, 6, 7 bushels behind on pivot. If you go to that next one, I asked him to switch this over. There's a couple of simulations. If you hit the click on that, it'll hopefully go. All right, so do any of y'all use like sensor technologies in furrow irrigated environments? Yeah. A lot of folks don't still, I think that's another one of our failures at the university, at least at the programs, we can get a lot of folks to use them. So again, we got a lot of pivots. They don't have sensors out there. You don't know when to start. We get it -80 real quick. I don't know why, but a lot of pivots aren't, correctly designed. They don't put out the right amounts. I don't think we check them very often. In the private sector work I'm doing, I see it a lot. So we spend a lot of time not knowing it down in this -8 range. And we're just spinning and falling behind, including him. So that's where the negative bushels issues is coming from. It's just not knowing when to start and falling behind. And I'd say we do it on most from pivots out there. We'll go on to the next one. So to get out of some of these classic designs that we had used as a university setting, using the same type of thing, and just get taken paired up locations, let the producer run the pivot like they've always done in a parallel field right beside with general same soil textures, put these soil moisture sensors in and schedule it off of that. And, multitude of years, paired locations, that's how we developed all those thresholds when we were doing furrow irrigated environments. And folks that use sensors are typically using those types of thresholds we developed. I'm just saying we need to go back and do the exact same thing with pivots because it's crystal clear they do not jive one to one. Next slide. And then that would be like the base. It's kind of like two-pronged approach. The first one is just that paired type situation. When we're dealing with these big on-farm data sets, though, there's a chance for us to go outside of it, think and do statistics the way that we don't normally do a traditional row crop, small plot research scenarios. So we could come out here on a larger scale, drop sensors in random locations that we catch a lot of different soil types, a lot of different rainfall patterns, and then come back and do regression analysis to get a better feel for we got a given pivot with a given soil type. What kind of outputs do we need and what thresholds are needed to maximize yields and their returns? And so what that allows you to do is that when you have a pivot with the right amount of capacity to actually meet ET demand, then we can make a lot better recommendations and know when we're going to fall behind or not. The other thing it allows you to do is that when we have pivots that do not meet the demand, we can see what the negative net return consequences are for that. If you own the land of the pivot, then you have the information needed to start to make decisions on, do I need to put another water source down to actually do this? What do I need to do to get my pivot operated correctly? If you don't own it and you rent it, the thing it allows you to do is have the information needed to go to the landowner, say, I think that, here's how much we're falling behind, are you willing to go in with it? So that's the logic behind that project. And I think that any questions on that one? Yeah, it would allow us, we believe, to elucidate that if we did it over a few years.
I think it's interesting that that's what I did last year. Gosh, where I farm, there's a lot of pivots, and I think I counted 17 pivots running within a mile of my farm last year. And I talked to the farmer. I said, "Your pivots, that's not my idea." He said, "No, my furrow irrigating, we're irrigating for yield. My pivots, I'm just trying to keep it all alive."
Yeah, that's right.
And it's just, nobody knows how much to put out. Do a half inch, do 3/4, just keep it running and just keep it spinning, it's.
No, that's it, and it's, I don't know, I think we estimated when I was at the University of Arkansas, it was somewhere around 20%, maybe a little bit more. I felt like I had more pivots in Arkansas than we did in Mississippi. And just when we got started, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 years ago now, I'm trying to do irrigation management for irrigation, but nobody was thinking about it. And I think now it's time to start looking at the pivots. You got another one? Yeah, I got another one. Yeah. We got the next one, please. I can get one. All right. So this one is, in thoughts, a little more radical, but when I think I show you the little model, you're like, yeah, this guy's probably not crazy. So the aquifer problem, right up to this one, I left the feds and came over in the first place. And so I tell you right there, I don't have a whole lot of sense. I'm willing to do things completely different when I've done that my whole career. So what they've always told us is the reason we have an aquifer problem is because we had too many straws in there, right? So we're sitting around thinking in our group, and we're like, man, they're going to think we're crazy. But I think that the issue is that we do not have enough straws in there, and we're definitely not using them at the right time. At the long and skinny, that's it. And I'll show you the simulation that we did with data from Arkansas. Like, yeah, I don't think we're nuts. And so that's the background of that. And the end game would be to gather enough information to petition NRCS to actually do the right thing with my tax dollars. Right? This ain't just you at this point. I pay taxes too. They're coming over to y'all. I mean, I love agriculture. I love the state. I want us to do the right thing. And so I've seen us spend a lot of money on things they said effective irrigation management. I got 20 years of research experience that has no effect. So if you'll go over to this, I'll show you where I think that this is the example, and you're going to know. Do any of y'all have spins that go 6, 7, 8, 9 days to get around the wellhead? All right, so this is real model data. If you just hit the simulation on that. So it's up and running. So it's an 8-day spin versus a 2-day spin. All right, so it'll be ratioed out in between. Just for this, we kind of give it to you. So if you got an 8-day spin, what are you going to do? You're going to have to start a lot sooner to get around to the last irrigation set before you fall behind. right? So you turn them on, you don't have to get a rainfall event, you oversaturate the top. If you got yield monitors, you're gonna take yield behind on those hits, you're gonna see it. Most of us see that. If this is a crack and clay, God forbid, and we do fall behind, which you likely will, what happens over on this side? Well, sometimes you abandon, right? And so a lot of drag over that. Conversely, on this one, we have the well capacity to get to it. And so you can just go ahead and jump ahead, because I mean, have you seen this on your farms? This is an example of like, we do not have enough straws in there going to take care of it. What will NRCS do in this situation? They will give you money to put underground pipe to move you to this situation. What is that? That is people not looking at information that is crystal clear and making good decisions about it. That's what this is trying to address. Does that make sense? Because in the day, that's what this is about. So you can jump ahead. And so what we've looked at from from that type of situation, likely you're looking at 3 to 7 bushels behind on big long spins. Either we're going to get it too wet on the top, get a rainfall event on it, or if we fall behind on those crack and clays on these long runs, we know we got plenty of data showing what happens when you fall too far behind. That was 7 inches versus 14 when you had the right well capacity that we're going to be pumped, right? So that's half the demand on the aquifer. That's half fuel consumption. Is that prorated out for the acres? So it's substantial of how much we are over pumping and costing yield when we do not have the right irrigation density out of place. And every farm that we go and talk to is out there, right? I mean, we were showing the Whitakers this just yesterday, and they're like, well, they stopped us right there and got on the phone about talking to people to get wells down, because they intuitively knew that this was a problem. They're like, well, how much is the yield there? I said, I don't know. But we all know it's there. So this experiment is to go out there and get that kind of data for twofold again, right? Petition on RCS, like we think that we have the information you may need that we can begin to get the well density correct out there to take care of aquifer problems and improve yield productivity and get information to the landowner to petition the person that owns the land, the farmer petition that owns the land, like, hey, we think you need to help us put these wells down, because that's what they're going to be interested in, right? That's their issue, is the infrastructure of the farm. And if you're intuitive too, right? Just raw common sense. If I'm pumping 7 inches or 14 inches, which well is going to go down first? 14, right? You're using it twice as much. It's going to collapse twice as quickly. That's what the landowners do. So when you come out of that, the same kind of thing. A lot of different locations, a lot of different soil textures and environments, tracking all that kind of information, doing regression analysis. We think you go to the next slide. We could come out saying, if you have these kind of flow rates with these kind of runs, we can expect to have maximum yields in their returns with as little water as possible, so that we can begin to set up the entire Mid-South correctly. If you have these kind of flow rates, these are the kind of lengths of runs that you need. If this is a soil texture, these are the kind of flow rates you need to have to actually hit maximum yields in them. The next slide. I think that's the last one. This is an example again, like things that this is real data. This one's embarrassing. Like I trained a number of scientists to do what I had done professionally, right? Making irrigation recommendation decisions. We know that length runs are important, but this is an example of how important they are. The kind of data that's laying out there, we never really looked at. So really long runs, going out to almost 3,000 feet. Soybean grain yield here, put a model to it, said that it was independent of the length of the run up here. Hinge points around 1,500. For about every 100 feet you went past 1,550, you lost roughly 2 bushels an acre. Again, that was just one farm we gleaned a little bit of information at. But it's also a function of these flow rates. I think we can reconstruct this for a lot, so we can actually know how to layer farms out correct. Next slide. You can progress through those. Yeah, you can go on. Yeah. Any thoughts or comments on that one? All right, so then the last one, get back to the aquifer thickness. Fading back way back up. It'd be like the second slide. All right, at some point in time, was the thickness the same? No, I don't think so. Come back. So this is the aquifer thickness in meters. You can tell, like lower Arkansas, it's not real thick. When you get over to central Mississippi Delta, it's pretty thick. Over here, the water. And that's, where's the top of the aquifer? Where's the bottom of the aquifer? And the reason that we're interested in that is that, a lot of times the screens on a well are about 40 feet. And so if you've got 10 foot of head pressure on that, you're going to have higher flows or lower flows than if you've got a lot of head pressure on the well. And so we can look at that kind of information, begin to make projections on what type of flows are we going to have out of the well.
I just know, for instance, you go to the upper part of the Blue Hill.
Yep.
Dexter Boney area, land's been leveled probably longer than anything down my way, and I don't know about Southern, so that well, literally every 40 acres.
Mm.
So they set up pond number, that's what they do.
Mm.
They make the world other crops.
Yeah.
And they got a really big off, so I don't know if that has anything. Now, this is ground level back in.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know about that one. But I do know this, like most of the farms I go on to, they intuitively, when I show them that little model, like, man, that's my farm, and I know I oversaturate sometimes. I know sometimes I fall behind. I wish I had more well capacity. I'm a dreamer, and I absolutely think we can take our federal dollars and apply them in place, but I do think that you need data to build it.
Can you do your last one in 2 minutes?
I can.
All right.
So the last one, I just got started.
Is that for replenish from the river, or, I thought in Lincoln County, and they always told us it came from, southwest Arkansas, and, moved to the Hope. So if we're sucking all this water out, how does it replenish itself?
So the question is, like, how does it replenish? It's really complicated. I don't know if the geologists know completely. It comes in from all those braided rivers. The Mississippi River has some impact, not as big as you would think. I think their conclusion right now is the largest impact actually comes from rainfall, which is problematic when we can clear the entire delta to get the rainfall off as rapidly as possible. All right, so I can do the last one in a minute. So the last one is, like, if I'm right, and we're ultimately going to move over to where we simply have a whole lot of low flow capacities, we've overpumped the river, we're going to end up with 2 irrigation sets side by side, likely in a lot of acres. And so with all the stress, I'll call it the stress that's been going on in production ag, there's been a lot of mergers of farms that go 5. I used to think the average farm was 5,000 acres, now it's 10. There's information floating around that folks like y'all are going to start looking for automation technology. Matter of fact, the number is 20%. So this last project is that we're likely going to move down to having only a couple sets side by side that's really easy to automate. There's not a whole lot of automated irrigation out there right now. All those thresholds I've developed as a university scientist could be applied to those automated environments to look and see what will it take to make those economically viable. That was the last project. It's a little bit looking ahead, but that information just came out, I think, 2 weeks ago, that with all the mergers in farmland, that people like you are going to look for help in irrigation management and in automation that providentially address both. I appreciate your time. I know y'all got a lot of questions.
I think you got a lot of interest. It's some very interesting topics. We're going to take a 5-minute break real quick. We're a little bit behind, but we'll try to be back here at 3 after. At 8:23.